It's so quiet. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you all here. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the local planning agency for the town of Fort Myers Beach. It is Tuesday, March 12th, 2024, and it is 9 a.m. on the dot. If you would stand, please, for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We gather here today to do the work of our town to help build a bigger and brighter future for our community. Let us do that in good faith and amen.
Amen. Roll call. In the record. Madam Chair, can you do a roll call, please?
Yes, I certainly will. Could I welcome John first? Thank you. So as everybody might notice, we have a new face sitting at the table with us. This is John McLean. We'll let him introduce himself to you, but we're very happy to have you, John. So go ahead, tell everybody a little bit about yourself. Make it short, John.
Absolutely. We've got a long day ahead of us. It's an honor to join this group of very talented and experienced people. I've owned property on the island since 2014, full-time resident since mid-2019. I've had my entire career in business, primarily working with Fortune 500 companies in technology. And I have what I hope is a very faithful representation of the residents and stakeholders on this island. So thank you.
This crazy guy has been at every single meeting. I looked up at him one day and I thought, what the heck is his deal? Because it just wasn't. Anyway.
Like many people, I lost my home and got very interested in what was going on about this town. And I found that that was the best way to understand what makes this town tick. And I think I've learned enough over the last year and a half to hopefully add some value. Thanks.
Well, welcome. Okay, first roll call. Patrick?
Aye.
Don Sutter?
Aye.
Doug?
Present.
Hard to think.
Jane Plummer?
Jane. Check.
Jim Bowen?
Here.
John McLean?
Here.
Anita Saracita? Present.
You
Okay.
have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. The first item on the agenda is an approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of February 13th and the regular meeting of February 27th. And if I may have a motion for both of them, unless somebody has changes.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion by Don and a second by Jim. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. The next item is public comment. So when you all come up for public comment, if you're here for a particular case, wait until that case. If you're here just to say, oh, Shrimp Festival was wonderful, then now is your time. So would anybody like to speak right now that isn't here for a case? Yes, sir. Come on up. Yes, sir. Because you need to be on the mic.
You need to give your name and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have to move that. Gotta hold the roof up.
we should move that.
And you-
Okay, I'm gonna need these. My name is Jim Bowen. I reside at 250 Estero Boulevard, and I am the HOA Board President for Estero Island Beach Villas. In 1984, easements for beach accesses 41 to 43 were created by Genevieve Davis, the wife of the founder of the Pink Shell. Back then, the North End was a cottage community, and it created defined accesses through the cottages for the inhabitants. Since those easements were created with the county, with Lee County, I wrote to the Director of Parks and Recreation, Mac Young, and asked how to vacate a beach access. To my surprise, I was invited to a meeting at the Lee County offices on February 7th, where I met with the county manager, Dave Harner, the assistant county manager, the county attorney, the director, and the deputy director of Parks and Recreation, an impressive group. At Mr. Harner's request, I did the talking. The county manager simply smiled, and at the conclusion, he told me that they, as appointed rather than elected officials, could do nothing. They thanked me for coming. I was very disappointed, as I was led to believe it would be a worthwhile meeting. And it's a tough drive over there, in fact. Since I've learned that the town of Fort Myers Beach also has a role regarding public beach accesses 41 to 43. I've also learned that our neighbor, the Pink Shell, has submitted an 111-page application to Fort Myers Beach to vacate beach access 42. Recently, I sent an email to the mayor, the town council, and LPA members regarding beach access 41, which runs through our building. In it was a request that consideration be given to moving 41 from under our building to our property line. I did not receive a response. Our board had a Zoom meeting with Bob Boykin and Bill Wachulis of the Pink Shell in mid-January at their request. At the time, they told us that they had no plans to build the 8-story structure with over 500 parking spaces right now. Since they said it more than once, I heard it loud and clear. Someday they do plan to build something, and it might include parking for 500 cars. Currently, there is no convenient parking to use beach access 41. When the Pink Shell does build their large structure, the logical beach access from their garage will be through our building, since their 3 properties are or will be enclosed with fences and gates. Finally, since it is our understanding that Fort Myers Beach does not wish to vacate beach accesses, we would like Fort Myers Beach and the county to move the location for beach access 41 from under our building to the property line to the north of our property. This will eliminate unwanted trespass of our pool, bathrooms, and potential liability exposure. Thank you.
Good timing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowen.
Is that the timer?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
It's darn right friendly, isn't it? They- Count your blessings, you're not.
Here's the friendlier one, though.
Mine is friendlier. Yeah, I know. Okay. So the next portion of our meeting, we have 2 variances and a special exception. These are quasi-judicial hearings, and I will let Nancy tell you about quasi-judicial hearings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for members of the public and the LPA, this is a reminder that the land use agenda items, which the chair has identified, are quasi-judicial in nature. And this requires that our public hearing today comply with some procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, they're going to be less formal than proceedings before a circuit court. However, they're going to be more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And they will follow the basic standards of due process, requiring certain notices, application of the correct standards, and decisions to be made by the LPA on competent and substantial evidence in either written documents or through oral testimony. So when testimony and documents are presented to the LPA, they're going to evaluate each item and then draw a conclusion regarding whether a criteria that is established in the development code, the land development code regarding each one of these approvals or in state law has been satisfied. So pure speculation or mere opinion that is not based on competent facts is not to be legally considered by the LPA in evaluating whether the criteria has been satisfied. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent and substantial evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information or fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or are able to provide testimony based on their personal knowledge and experience. So if you intend to speak, please keep these matters in mind. And when you come forward, state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in this matter. And that way the LPA can determine whether the weight to give to your testimony, hoping that it does satisfy that it is considered competent substantial evidence under Florida law. So before we get started on these 3 quasi judicial matters, we have some housekeeping matters that we need to take care of. And again, the reason we're doing this is because these proceedings today are quasi judicial in nature. So the first housekeeping item is I need to ask our town clerk whether all the agenda items have been properly advertised for today's meeting.
Yes, they have been.
Okay. The next housekeeping item is we need to determine whether or not any of our LPA members have any conflict of interest that would prohibit them under Florida law from voting on a particular matter. We do this up front so that way we can determine whether or not we still have a quorum present when that agenda item comes forward. So I will tell you that we have been provided with a voting conflict form that has been signed by Patrick Vaness, one of our members. And under Florida law, he is required to abstain from voting, and on this is going to be agenda item B. Florida law, though, does allow him to otherwise participate once the disclosure of the nature of the conflict has been made with any attempt to influence the decision, whether orally or in writing. If he attempts to talk through some of the discussion on that item, he has to fill out the form, which he has. And his form will also be attached to the minutes of the meeting for that will be approved by the LPA at the next meeting. Okay, so with all that said on conflicts, does anybody else have a conflict regarding any of the 3 quasi-judicial items?
Don,
No conflict.
Doug,
No conflict.
Jane?
I went to Rouge Jump yesterday and I did speak with the owner, but not about the case.
Okay, that would be more of an ex parte.
Jim?
No conflict.
John?
No conflict.
John, just as an aside, do you care if I just call you by your first name? Because I tend to be a little,
That's perfectly fine.
thank you. I have no conflicts at all.
Okay, the next housekeeping item is, again, a little bit of formality. Anyone who would like to speak today, we would like to have you sworn in under oath to assert the veracity of your testimony. So if there's anyone, including the applicant and property owner, who intends to provide testimony today, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in.
If you're going to speak at all, if you are going to speak, you need to be standing up right now.
That
Okay.
includes public comment.
That includes public comment. That's correct. Okay.
All right. All right. Do you all solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. All parties have been sworn.
So any of you who have been sworn in that are intending to provide testimony as professionals, either in a specific area, at this point, it might be beneficial to go ahead and advise the LPA so that they can evaluate your credentials.
Kara, are you going to be speaking? Because Kara Stewart has been deemed
Previously accepted.
those are the words I was looking for.
I knew it.
Previously accepted as an expert. Fred, Ken, I also believe has been previously accepted as an expert. And Jim Inc. has. Anyone else going to be presenting for a case? What was your name? I don't think we've accepted you. I would remember. Come up here. Come on. You have to be accepted. You look great for the part, so I think you're going to be fine. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Morgan Hyla. I'm an attorney with Davies Duke.
Good
And I'm
morning.
presenting for the variance on 718 Estero Boulevard.
Excellent. And what is your expertise, your field of expertise?
Land use real estate law.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
May I have a motion to accept this fine woman as this attorney? Patrick, please. Thank you. Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Motion by Patrick, seconded by Jane. Is there any objection to the motion? You're now officially an expert.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, for the record, also our planning staff has been previously qualified as experts in the area of land use, specifically on Fort Myers Beach. So
Okay.
with that said, the first item on your agenda, if you can read the title.
I certainly will. It is Resolution 24XXVAR 2024-0046, 718 Estero Boulevard. It is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying variance 202-40046. It's requesting a variance from LDC, that's the Land Development Code Table 34-3 of 15 feet, providing a 10-foot front setback. The Land Development Code requires a single-family home in the RM zoning district to provide a minimum 25-foot street setback. For the property located at 718 Estero Boulevard, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Could I ask if anyone has ex parte communication? I'm going to start with you, John.
None.
None. Jim?
None.
I have none. Jane?
None.
Doug?
None.
Don?
None.
Patrick? None. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Ms. Hyla, on behalf of the owner of 718 Estero, is requesting a variance from Table 34-3 of 15 feet from the required 25-foot front street setback to provide a 10-foot setback from the property line closest to and parallel to Estero Boulevard. In June of 2023, Resolution 23-65 approved a 2.5-foot variance for the east side of the property to allow a 5-foot setback. However, since that approval, the developer discovered an error in the location of the CCCL on the coastal construction control line on the plans. Due to this error, the proposed home will need to shift landward approximately 10 feet in order to stay out of the environmentally critical zoning district. The property is zoned RM and is one of the non-conforming cottage lots that is accessible by a 15-foot easement. 7.5 feet of that easement runs along the west side of the subject property. The surrounding properties are similarly sized, and it is anticipated that many of the homes will either choose the administrative variance allowed for cottage lots or will need to request variances also. The proposed cottage is larger than the previous cottage on this parcel. Therefore, the applicant is unable to utilize the cottage code. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Could you just say what you just said again? Is unable to utilize the cottage code because?
So the build back code allows the exact same square footage
Right,
as was
okay,
previously
right.
approved or
All right.
previously constructed.
Right. Thank you.
Mhm.
And Sarah, did the staff recommend approval or denial?
Approval.
Any questions for staff? Patrick?
No.
Don? Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane?
I just want to confirm that these plans were already in progress before this change was made, or oh, they just found the error and that's what brought them back.
They discovered the error. It's the same proposed house, but it had to be shifted.
Right. Okay.
Jim, any questions?
No.
And how about you, John?
No questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah.
To note, the applicant is also requesting a waiver of the fee, but I don't believe that that's a decision that the LPA has to weigh in on. I believe it's just council.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll have the applicant. I love your shoes.
Oh, thank you. You're not the first one to tell me that this morning. Actually. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, LPA members. I'm Morgan Hyla with the law firm of Davies Duke on behalf of our client 718 Estero regarding the proposed approval of the variance for the reduction of the front setback from 25 to 10 feet for that property located at 718 Estero Boulevard. Let's see. There we go. As you may recall, our client had previously appeared before you seeking a variance from the side setbacks on the property, which was approved last year. Following that approval and during the initial development process of the property, it was discovered that the CCCL line drawn for that variance application was in the incorrect location. When the surveying pins could not be located, the surveyor understandably assumed that the markers for the CCCL line had been washed away as the result of the effects of Hurricane Ian and was directed to use the lines as depicted through the property appraiser site, which proved to be incorrect. Had this justifiable error been discovered prior to the previous application for variance, our client would have requested its approval at that time as well. As depicted on the slides, our client is committed to maintaining the character of the previous home on the property while making necessary updates to comply with ADA code and improve the structural integrity of the home. It's important to them that you know that this family has been in possession of the property since the 1960s and want to rebuild to capture the essence of the original structure on the property. It's also important to note that the owners adjacent to the property have provided letters of support for the reduction of the variance to 10 feet. As you heard from Sarah, staff is recommending approval and agrees that we meet the governing variance criteria in the code. Accordingly, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval for the variance to the town council. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Ms. Hyla.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
No.
Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane?
Nope.
Nope.
Jim?
I have none.
John?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Hyla.
Okay.
I'll let you come back if you need to say anything else after the public comment.
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you very
Thank
much. I'll open the public comment. Does anybody care to comment on this case? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Any comments from the council? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve with,
I'll second.
yeah, sorry, with,
Oh, sorry.
I was trying to remember if there were any conditions.
I don't think there were.
Well,
There-
only need to accompany the original 2.5-foot setback.
To accompany the 2.5-foot setback
Yeah,
originally, because we originally granted a 2.5 foot.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So it would now be a 10-foot setback, if I'm understanding.
Okay.
and to accompany the 2.5-foot side setback.
Oh, and the 2.5-foot side setback. Yeah.
Okay,
Second that.
Is-
Yes, I would second Don's motion.
okay. So the motion is to approve the request
Yes.
with this accompanying the previous setbacks that were already in place.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the motion? Don, your vote?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Anita? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next item on the agenda is Resolution 24XX-VAR 20240027 for 250 Tropical Shores Way. It is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying variance VAR 204-40027, requesting a 4-foot variance from Section 34-638-5A1, which requires an additional 12 feet of street setbacks for residences wider than 65 feet, instead of providing an additional 8 feet of street setback for the property located at 250 Tropical Shore Ways. Providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. John, do you have any ex parte on this?
I do not.
How about you, Jim?
I do now.
I do not. Jane?
I do not.
Doug?
None.
Don?
None.
Patrick, this is
And,
your,
yeah, I have to recuse myself for this one. My business partner is representing the applicant.
thank you. Okay. Mr. Smalley.
Good morning, excuse me. Good morning, LPA members. Good morning, staff. Jason Smalley with your Planning and Zoning Department. So as was mentioned, the request here before you today is to construct a home that would be wider than the 65 feet allowed without providing the full 12 additional feet as called for in section 34-638 D5A1. So the applicant is proposing a roughly 90-foot wide structure on what is a 110-foot wide lot. They are providing the required 10-foot setbacks and the correct rear setbacks. The applicant has noted that they went through a couple iterations of design, and this request was the best option that they could come up with without having to request perhaps additional setbacks in the rear. Staff is here for any questions that you may have about the code or about the report, and the applicant's representative is here as well.
Jason, did you approve or recommend denial of this?
Staff is recommending denial simply because the review of the property, or excuse me, the review of the proposed structure is entirely the design choice of the applicant. And we believe that if the structure were reduced, that it could provide still a usable structure and still meet today's codes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Questions for Jason? Anyone? No questions? Thank you very much, Jason.
Of course.
The applicant? Come on, Ken.
Good morning, Anita, Chairman, fellow board members. Again, for the record, I'm Ken Galander, certified planner. Here on behalf of the property owner, we do have a presentation I'd like to hopefully quickly walk through with you all. Make sure this works. There we go. Just real quick, the property owner, Bradley and Katrina M. Voiles Trust. I am, again, as part of the neighborhood company and also applicant and agents, Orlandini Development, Inc. What I want to do for this variance, did a little background, review the request, and go through our findings and conclusions based on, unfortunately, coming through here with a staff recommendation of denial. We obviously disagree with that and want to go over our position and opinions on this. The subject property is a single parcel, just over 1/4 acre at the northern end of Tropical Shores Way, north of Estero Boulevard. We have, it's a mixed use or mixed residential future land use category, existing residential, existing zoning is the residential conservation. Property is currently vacant. This is a result of the events of Hurricane Ian. The structure was significantly damaged and thus had to be demolished. The surrounding uses, we obviously have Tropical Shores right of way. There are vacant and occupied residential structures and land, as well as the canal. This slide provides a aerial representation or aerial view of where the location of the property is, again, at the northern end of Tropical Shores Way. So again, the portion of LDC section 34-638 D5A1 requires, and this is the last portion of the regulation, any portion of the structure exceeding 65 feet in width shall be set back an additional 12 feet. This would encompass then a 37-foot front setback from the right-of-way line. Our request is a 4-foot variance from that 12 feet, thus providing for an additional 8-foot setback, providing a significant 33 feet front setback. The reason for our request is basically, as the foundation is the result of this catastrophic damage from Ian and the need to rebuild the property owner's home. The home was designed one of a kind, unique architecture, tending to meet all the development standards, and there's no intent to have to seek this variance. But during the review of the submittal documents, the construction plans, the architectural plans, structural plans, it was found that a small portion of the structure did not meet that 12-foot additional setback. It was meeting the 8-foot. So the property owner and the contractor, they evaluated how to move forward with this, and they were finding that it was just a significant effort to design or redesign the architectural plans, the structural plans to move the structure. There was to be added costs, added delays in order for them to try and get back into their home. So what I want to do here, this was part of your submittal packet, and this identifies, and hopefully you can all see that we have represented on this slide the 25-foot setback line. Then additionally, we have, and I don't know if this shows up on TVs, it doesn't,
It's okay, honey.
the 37-foot setback that would provide for the 12-foot additional requirement for those portions of the building or structure 65 feet in width. And then we identify the 33 setback line, which would be application of our desired 4-foot variance. What I've done is just highlighted this just a little more clearly for you. The red dashed line is the 25-foot setback. Orange would be the 37-foot. What we're looking at here then is I've added the green line, which identifies that 4-foot separation or the 4-foot difference from the 12-foot. And you can see highlighted in yellow, that's the portion of the structure that we're concerned with. That is the elements that have been affected by this request. And you can see, in our opinion, that it's a very minimal aspect of the structure. And thus, looking at this is considered de minimis from the strict application of the standard. An intent to reduce, the idea for this standard is to reduce the massing or the aspects of the front of that building with no architectural relief. The intent to provide for this variation in the facade through this additional setback, in our opinion, has been met, even though it's a small portion that's only 4 feet. This is basically a 10% reduction from the 37 feet down to 33 feet. And where our opinion is the building still, or the home still provides visual interest through the variation of the front facades, the setback of the portions of the building, thus providing even varied roof lines that provide for a very unique and appropriately designed home. Thus, it takes us to what the home is designed to look like. Looking at this, you can see the varied roof lines. You can see some of the fenestration. Unfortunately, it's being black and white. It's hard to differentiate. So what I've done is, this is the portion that was highlighted in yellow. That is the portion of the structure that is set back 8 feet rather than the required 12 feet. And you can see that, again, it is a de minimis level of aspect of the overall front facade. In our opinion, it still achieves the extensive architectural variations expected of the town standard with the 8-foot additional setbacks. The next slides are the side elevations. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you just to go back to that? So you're
Yes.
saying that those yellow pieces there that is the variance that you're requesting? That's the intrusion?
That's the aspect of looking at the front of the building. That is the portion that's set back 8 feet, not the standard
Because that
requires
wasn't clear
12
when
feet.
I was when I looked at it. It's clear there. Okay,
Okay.
thank you so much.
You bet. This, the next 2 slides are the side elevations. This just simply represents, you can't tell because those portions of that portion that we're looking at is set back within the sides or within the elements of the structure. So just going through the criteria just real quick, our position is that exceptional circumstances and conditions were present due to the impacts of Ian on the home. As previously described, we're looking at a 4-foot reduction. That's a 10% reduction from the 37 feet to the 33 feet. If you were to take the rigid compliance of the standards, we don't believe our request for 4 feet negatively impacts the public safety, health, safety, and welfare. And there's likely numerous homes throughout the island that don't meet the intent of this and have been unknown or not known to cause any public negative effects. Additionally, again, the exceptional or extraordinary conditions due to the impacts of Ian are not the result of the property owner or the homeowner. Regarding criteria 3, our opinion is the requested variance of 4 feet is the minimum to help the homeowner rebuild and enjoy their home again. We walk through the request. Again, it's minimal, it's unnoticeable, except when scrutinized and laid down on a scaled piece of paper to verify that. The home is architecturally varied, providing the details and elements in the recessed portions, meeting the intent of the code. We feel that the home has achieved this desired outcome for this standard. Regarding 4, granting the variance will not be injurious to the surrounding neighborhoods. We have determined that there have been no input from the surrounding neighbors of any concern with this. It's again an unnoticeable portion of being a 4-foot de minimis area. The standard was adopted really not like other setback requirements of ensuring nuisance uses or other structures for public health, safety, and welfare. The standard is really for an aesthetic component, which again, we believe are being met. Just moving forward, is our opinion, we're consistent with the land development code, the application requirement, and we respectfully request some recommendation by the LPA that the town council approve the variance as submitted and presented, and certainly be happy to answer any questions or help walk through our presentation some more with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Any questions for the applicant?
So
Jane?
the stairs don't need to be considered in the variance.
Our determination is not, that has not, it is that portion of the building that we highlighted in this section.
Anything else, Jane? Jim? John, any
Nothing.
questions?
Yeah, I have a question as to the timing of the ordinance. It seems like there was a disconnect of about a year between what you thought the original ordinance was versus what was passed. Can you
Yeah,
explain that?
our understanding, but what we've further researched and come up to this point is that this standard was in place, but there were other amendments done subsequent to that, to that section of the code, but this was in place at the time of before the permit was issued.
We
Or
talked about
permit
this for
was
a long
reviewed.
time, the
Yeah.
massing of these larger houses.
Sure.
And how to, we talked about
And I remember the very helpful diagram to explain what
Yes.
percentage had to be
Yes,
in it.
that's right.
So,
That's right.
So a lot of work was done to come
Yes.
up with this, but unfortunately, we're seeking a minor variance to that.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone who wishes to make public comment on this case? No one? We'll close the public comment. Are there any further questions or any comments to the applicant or to staff? None? Anybody just have anything to say about this, or would somebody like to make a motion?
I have a question.
Sometimes.
Early in here, but so there's a comment that staff recognizes changes of the code could provide additional flexibility. Obviously, what we're talking about here is something that, as was mentioned, was around the architectural detail and providing variability of the, we don't want single facades that are just great blocks. Is there, should we be looking at the ordinance to provide some flexibility as opposed to requiring a variance for something that I would suggest would not be something you would notice walking down the street?
Let's have Sarah or Jason answer that question. Yeah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst.
Good morning, Sarah.
So we
Where'd
are
that pen
looking
come
at, just jumped right off.
Okay.
We are looking at some changes to the code when we do the land development code update. We recognize that some of the language that was adopted having to do with height, with structural changes, with massing, there could be flexibility included in the code. So we're going to be looking at that when we go through the land development code update.
I mean, because it's important, I think, not to have things look like boxes. And yet it is a choice of the builder to pick this plan and not fit into the vacant lot that it is. But, I think that we should be stressing that architectural design is an important issue that we would like to see here on the island, not just a great big box.
Yeah, I'd like to second that just because they're, a lot of the structures will be a big box. And if you do things aesthetically, like a porch, which I've talked to, Jason about, you can do things that aesthetically, like they did in this house. I mean,
Mhm.
this house I think looks great. I mean, I think the design is, and part of the reason it looks great is because of that stepping out. So, and I even like the way they turn the steps around the other way.
So did I.
Just encourage people to think
Varied
about
roof
creativity.
lines,
Yeah.
all of it.
Yeah.
A lot of deviation.
It's exactly what we're looking for. And so.
Oh,
feels
everyone
like-
loves this. Okay. You know what that motion will be. All right.
Madam Chair, if
Yes,
I
sir.
could just comment after the vote is taken,
Please.
I do have personal opinions. about
Okay.
this
I'm sure you do, Patrick.
Usually do.
All right. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the request for,
There was none.
there was none, I did call it, a motion to approve findings, with the findings and conclusions for LDC Section 3487 and the staff recommendations or conditions for approval.
So moved, Seta. Thanks for
You're
doing that.
welcome.
Been out there.
That was prepped. So the motion by Mr. Sudduth and seconded by Mr. Bowen. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Your vote, Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
And I vote in favor as well. Patrick has recused himself from this vote. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Yes.
Just a quick comment. When we looked at that section a few months ago, I think there was a brief discussion about this, the articulation of buildings and the additional setbacks. At the time, I think I expressed that I felt that the additional recess of 12 feet was somewhat arbitrary, meaning that, there's a certain intent,
Mhm.
and the intent is to break up those facades and provide visual interest. Can that be achieved with less than 12 feet? I believe so. My firm is currently working on architectural guidelines for local community, and even for much larger buildings, the biggest additional setback that we're proposing is 10 feet. So in looking, and we've looked at other communities across the state in trying to make that assessment of what it should be. And again, 12 is significant, especially for a single family home. So I do encourage staff to bring that back to us at some point and make a note of this. This is definitely a section that we could look at and maybe make a change to this.
Thank you. Jane?
What I'd also like to add to that for staff to look at is that possibly a percentage of the frontage or something like that. So it's not like, 4 sections going across where it's in and out, but a percentage wherever they choose to do it so that it's not just a whole nother front getting less setbacks. So that would be important to me, at least.
I know I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. I appreciate your presentations, Ken. I mean, they're very clear. Kudos to you too, Patrick. Okay, you're welcome.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes,
Before we start with the next one, can everyone pull their mics just a little bit closer to themselves
yes,
and make sure the little fuzzy thing's pointing at your mouth?
the little fuzzy thing.
Anyone specific?
So technical.
Everybody's too far away.
Everyone's too far away. Okay, is this better?
Better. I'm
Better?
getting a thumbs up. It's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jane, you've got yours close
I'm
enough?
close.
'Cause- Okay. All right, ready?
We're not getting close.
Okay, what it seems you've all been waiting for, the next case on the docket here is Resolution 24XX SEZ 202-3030 to 450 Harbor Court. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying special exception SEZ 202-30302. It's requesting consumption on premises for a restaurant with a bar cocktail lounge that is visible from the exterior of the restaurant per section 34-1264B2A3. For clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, does anyone have ex parte communications on this? How about you, John?
I do not.
Jim?
I do not.
I do not. Jane?
I just went yesterday to hear music and I spoke to the owner, but we didn't discuss the case.
Okay. How about you, Doug?
No, ma'am.
Don?
None for me.
Patrick?
Been to the site. I spoke to the owner when this was first before us. I briefly spoke to Kara Stewart this morning about the issue, and I've talked to some of my fellow residents and neighbors about the issue.
I'm going to take back my yes. I received a couple of messages about this. There was a bunch of social media about this case, and we do have quite a few letters here that have been given to us, just for the record. Okay, Sarah.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may, so several of you have made some disclosures. Any of those ex parte contacts, have they put you in a position where you cannot fairly and equitably adjudicate this particular matter? Do you
For
have
me,
any
absolutely
bias?
not. No.
Okay, thank you.
Patrick?
No.
No. Jane?
Nope.
Okay. Go right ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Lisa Launer, applicant and Freeland Florida Holdings LLC property owner are applying for a special exception to allow for consumption on premises for a restaurant with a bar visible from the exterior of the restaurant. Section 34-1264-B2A3 allows restaurants with 50% of sales from food to have a bar. However, the bar may not be visible from the exterior of the restaurant. The Rude Shrimp restaurant is constructed of a storage container and is completely outdoors, so the bar is visible from the exterior. Therefore, the bar at Rude Shrimp requires special exception approval to operate. The property is zoned commercial marina, which allows marina accessory uses. The code defines marina accessory uses as uses normally ancillary and subordinate to a marina, including but not limited to boat dealers, sales of marine fuel and lubricants, marine supplies, boat motors, boat parts, restaurant or refreshment facilities, boat rental, minor boat rigging, boat repair and services, and motor repair. The original application for Rude Shrimp Restaurant temporary permit was approved on June 8th, 2023. In November, planning staff was made aware that an outdoor bar was at this location. Staff has suggested 7 conditions of approval. If the LPA chooses to recommend approval for this request, these are the same conditions that were applied to the beached whale special exception for the outdoor bar. Staff has received several letters of objection and letters of approval. I believe the LPA has all of those also. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there any questions for Sarah at this moment?
Yes.
Jane?
So your reasoning for denial, is that because the zoning isn't on the property for these uses?
No. The reason for denial, so there are several criteria that we're supposed to look at. Findings and conclusions found in section 34-88. The point that I felt that may not meet was regarding whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. At this point, we've received a bundle of complaints, so there is a concern that this could cause a detriment. Staff does not live in this location, so we're not able to determine that for ourselves. However, we have had complaints, therefore we lean on the side of caution, and that's our recommendation. However,
Sarah,
yes.
Are the complaints sound driven?
The vast majority, yes.
I'm not through with my question. So the marina has zoning for outside entertainment and COP?
It has zoning of commercial marina, and that allows marina accessory uses as long as a marina exists in that location. A restaurant was approved in that location. So a restaurant would be allowed in that location. A restaurant can have a bar if 50% of the sales are from food. However, and they wouldn't require a COP, except that the bar is visible from the exterior of the restaurant. Therefore, they're required to get the COP special exception.
And do you know that whether they meet the 50% food?
I do not know. We have not been provided that.
But that's a state managed element of their permits anyhow. The town
That-
doesn't manage that.
There are some communities that choose to audit regularly, but Fort Myers Beach has not done so.
Okay,
Anything else, Jane?
not right now.
Anybody else have questions for Sarah? Don, Patrick, nobody?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
our planner, she mentioned that there were 7 conditions that should you go with an approval, for the
Yes.
benefit of the public, it might be beneficial to go ahead and put those out so everyone is aware of them.
I have them right here. Conditions of approval. Approval of this special exception does not give the applicant an undeniable right or permit approval. Development or redevelopment of the property must comply with all applicable requirements of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code in effect at the time of permit approval, except as specifically modified herein. Lighting must be downward directed. Maybe I could just make this a little bigger. Downward directed, shielded, and may not glare off of the property. The special exception to allow an outdoor bar shall be temporary for a period of 6 months from the date of this resolution, or until construction of a new building has begun, whichever happens first. Live music is allowed on 450 Harbor Court, but drums are not allowed as part of the entertainment. Amplified music is allowed on 450 Harbor Court until 6:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, after which amplified music may not be louder than 65 decibels as long as the other conditions of approval are upheld. Amplified music is allowed on 450 Harbor Court on Friday and Saturday and will be controlled by the town's noise ordinance, Land Development Code Section 14-23, Table 1, as long as the other conditions of approval are upheld. The variance, this is the last one, the variance shall only apply to the lot as shown on the provided site plan. The end.
Does the Friday and Saturday have a 6:30?
No, it's only governed by the noise ordinance. It doesn't have a 6:30.
These are the same conditions that were on the whale.
The sound ones, yes.
Yeah.
The lighting one is a different condition, not found in the whale, I don't believe.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Would the applicant like to make their presentation? Good morning.
Good morning. I have an exhibit I would like to pass out to you all quick before I get started.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, she needs one for sure. So I'll take
This
that.
is
Thank you.
cozier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good morning. My name is Lisa Laners. I'm the applicant and owner representing the Rude Shrimp Company located at 450 Harbor Court, Unit 1 and tenant at Moss Marina. I'm here today to request a special exception for consumption on premise to allow a bar and cocktail lounge and live amplified music. I want to assure you, our establishment is thoughtfully positioned away from schools, churches, daycare centers, and parks, in the strict adherence to Section 34.2, which permits the operation of a restaurant and bar within the marina's accessory uses. I'd also like to add that as of yesterday, we've hired and engaged with an outside consultant, Kara Stewart, to assist us with the application and process to come into compliance for the special exception request. Kara's first reaction was, can we ask for a continuance? But due to the sensitivity and the neighbors' concerns, I will engage her assistance as we move forward to present to town council. Continuing on, we've Additionally, our bar and cocktail lounge is not visible from the public streets or residences where you can see in Exhibit A. It all faces the Back Bay Waters and Moss Marina parking lot. We've already been proactive in opening a dialogue with our neighbors, ensuring our operations blend seamlessly into their lives, a commitment we intend to keep as long as we call 450 Harbor Court our home. We've also adjusted where our live music is being played from. We originally had our musicians playing from our small stage that faces our patio area of the restaurant, see Exhibit B. After meeting with the resident of 725 Matanzas Court and our landlord on February 11th, we agreed to work with them to find a solution that addressed their noise concerns. Per the resident's request, we moved the musicians to the end corner area of the red shipping container, with the musicians facing opposite of their property and playing towards the Matanzas Bridge, see Exhibit C. Based on the feedback of this resident, that was not the best solution. We again moved our musicians to play in the corner where the black and red shipping containers meet, with the musicians facing our patio and playing towards the water and Matanzas Bridge, see Exhibit D. By moving the musicians to this corner, we had to remove 4 revenue-generating seats, which does add up week over week. We check in weekly with this resident to ensure that there are no issues with the music sound levels and update them on activities that we are hosting or being a part of that may cause an increase in sound and activity on the property. The resident of 429 Harbor Court also stopped in a few weeks ago and stated that he was now okay with how the music sounded from his property since the musicians were moved to their current spot. The new location seems to be working well for everyone. On the flip side, I've had residents from Matanzas Court, Harbor Court, and Bonita Street ask if we could turn up the music as they like to hear it and can't hear it now from their properties, which of course we do not do. Several residents from all 3 of these streets are also regulars and continue to thank us for providing an establishment they can walk to and enjoy. To date, all musicians are playing in this corner and we conduct decibel readings daily to ensure that the music isn't too loud near Matanzas Court, Harbor Court, and Bonita Street. Decibel readings aren't always the answer though, as Madam Chair Saracita commented a few weeks ago, what might be loud to you isn't loud to me. So we also walk the perimeter of these 3 areas to ensure the music isn't echoing on a windy day or too loud. LCSO has been called regarding music complaints by a resident, and to date, we have never been cited for a violation of loud music. Additionally, we purchased and put up a privacy wall and plants along the back side of the red shipping container to soften any sound and enclose our open space. See Exhibit E. Our current operating hours are Monday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Tuesday through Sunday, 11 to 9 p.m. We do have live music every day. It's a part of our business model and is what attracts and keeps new and old customers around. There have been some inaccurate statements at a few meetings, as we do not play music all day, every day, and we are not open past 9 p.m. Our music consists of single and duo acoustic and amplified musicians. Please see Exhibit F for our current music schedule. This schedule will be scaled back, as will our operating hours as the season comes to an end. Ian did a number on all of us. Some of you may or may not know our story of how we ended up calling Fort Myers Beach our home. I'm sharing this with you as I want you all to know our journey, our perspective, as well as our love for and commitment to this community, which has become our family. I'll try to keep it short. My husband TJ and I relocated from Waterloo, Nebraska to FMB in January of 2022. With hearts full of hope and excitement, we bought out and took over the former Edelweiss Burger located at 1365 Estero Boulevard, launching the Rude Shrimp Company almost 2 years ago to this very day. We caught the tail end of season and scraped by to get through our first summer. We quickly fell in love with the community and knew we had made the right choice and moved forward with the energy and enthusiasm of entering into our first real season and full year of business on the beach. Then September 28th came and turned our world upside down. We faced the kind of loss that reshapes your entire existence, losing nearly all of our possessions, but thankfully we still had each other, our dog Maui, a car, and a few days worth of clothes. What I once thought was the challenge of a lifetime, relocating and starting anew, paled in comparison to rebuilding in the aftermath of Ian. As every one of you knows, unfortunately, all too well, processing and rebuilding post-Ian has been quite an overwhelming task, not only personally, but for our business. We rallied and put a plan together to rebuild at our original location, and we're back open in early January of 2023. We were fortunate enough to bring back most of our crew, and we're one of the first few businesses to open and provide a place for hot food, cold drinks, and a sense of community and normalcy amidst the chaos. As the year progressed, we encountered new hurdles from property lines to structural limits and the number of structures allowed on our leased property. We started searching for a new home that would allow us the space to set up and operate properly, along with the potential of a longer-term opportunity, and plan to eventually move into a brick and mortar at 450 Harbor Court. We relocated and rebuilt the business for a third time in a little over a year, mind you, to Moss Marina in June of 2023. Prior to the move, we worked alongside with our landlords, an engineering consultant, and the town to ensure that the property was zoned appropriately and would allow us to operate within our means. Again, as you all know, summer was brutal for our island, and like others, we hung on by a thread. Hoping for a prosperous new year and somewhat normal season approaching, we were hit with cooler temps and rain for the first 6 to 8 weeks of 2024. Mother Nature has not been kind to us, but despite the trials, we've clung to hope, buoyed by the return of our community and visitors alike. Today's season is here. The people are back and the island is busy. It's what we all have been working so hard for. While our future here at Moss or even on Fort Myers Beach is still unknown, here we stand, a testament to perseverance, embodying the spirit of the little engine that could. Operating out of our current setup isn't easy. The business is weather dependent. We lack storage space, and we could desperately use a real kitchen. We can't wait for the day to move back into a brick and mortar. I ask you today, not just for a special exception, but for the opportunity to keep fueling the vibrant, eclectic vibe that defines Fort Myers Beach. We aim to continue offering jobs and a welcoming space for locals and tourists to gather, make memories, and cherish the unique charm of our island. I also want to highlight our commitment to the community through our support and sponsorship of every event hosted by the island's charities and nonprofit organizations, even amidst the financial hardships we've faced. We have been there, and we will continue to be here for our beloved Fort Myers Beach family. Thank you for considering our request, for your time, and for your service to our community. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I got a question. for you.
Questions? Lisa, Jane.
So this is a 6-month, permit or whatever.
That's what the conditions is stating, yes.
Right. And my question is what is your plans in 6 months if Moss Marina has not moved forward and has no plans to incorporate you into something brick and mortar there?
Sure. So I'm not certain that 6 months really gives us enough time to start construction or permits, as you know, right? Given the landlords at Moss haven't received approval for the arches. So in parallel, we're continuing to look for other properties, both on island and off island, that we could potentially move to if this doesn't all pan out. But, we moved to the marina with the intent of hoping to be a brick and mortar in the arches rather than our current setup.
Okay. And so you'll have to have some kind of plan before the 6 months.
Sure.
And what's the possibility of either removing the stage that does face the other way or incorporating that stage into the location where you have your entertainment?
I don't think that the current stage that we have built would fit in that corner. It's a pretty tight corner as it is, as you noticed yesterday. So we'd probably just leave the stage. The way that we have the outdoor patio lights, which are just soft glow Edison lights, right? Probably just leave it there. And if we ever need a spot for storage or someone just to sit for out of seats maybe, but we'd probably just continue to keep the musicians where they're at. It seems to be working well.
Okay. Would you agree not to use that stage for entertainment?
Yes.
As a condition? Okay. And I went yesterday basically to hear the music myself, walk around the building. I had guests with me and I had them I didn't tell them anything about this variance and I just asked them to walk around the building. And after we had something to eat on the way home, I just asked them what their thought process of the whole thing was. And they thought it was very cute. They didn't think the music was too loud and they would go back. They did think that, it was a lot of congestion in the back of looking into your restaurants and all that buildings back there. But, I just wanted to make that comment. But I think the issue basically being the noise, which is the biggest complaint, and you've had meetings with the neighbors and feel like you've come to a better situation there?
Yes.
And do you have drums in any of your bands?
We've had a steel drummer. He was there
Last
yesterday,
night.
but as you know, it's very quiet. You can't hear it from even back on the floating docks. But other than that, no, we're smaller, single, duo, acoustic and amplified. We're not having 5-piece heavy metal bands, and that will never be part of our music plan.
And was that what you had before that was causing the problem?
No, we have never had anything like that.
So you've just adjusted your
Music playing
volume.
location. Yeah.
And your location. Okay. That's my question.
Lisa, if you have acoustic and other type of music, why don't you just have acoustic? Why don't you eliminate the amplified? I'm curious.
Because our customers like a mix of both. Some of the musicians that we have that are local island musicians aren't just acoustic. It is even with the amplified music. I've gotten a lot of complaints recently from customers saying they can't hear the musicians playing because it's too quiet. But we have done that to mitigate the noise concerns with the nearby residents. And as I mentioned, I walk around daily during any new musician, not new, but any musician. We have a consistent schedule of musicians, so I don't bring really anyone new in that will give us some and would potentially give us any noise issues. So it's just it's nice to have a mix of both.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? Patrick?
Lisa, have you looked at the conditions in the staff report that they're recommending?
Yep.
And I think we talked about the 6 months, but I'm thinking, if I recall, the whale had to come back to us within 6 months. It wasn't a hard and fast. It ends after 6 months. It was let's revisit this in 6 months, see if you guys have honored your commitments and extend it if we can at that point. So can you live with the conditions in there, or do you have changes that you'd like to recommend? If so, I think we'd like to hear that, because we're going to certainly go into that discussion before the end of the meeting.
I guess just to your point, Patrick, that 6 month, which is ordinance, or I guess bullet point number 3. I would like to have that ability, like the whale had to have a review. Our current permit has us for the structure for our establishment through September 23rd of 2025. And I know that's also up for discussion just in general for the whole town. So I would like to have that ability to have a review to potentially allow us to continue as is, at least through our permits and the mobile businesses being allowed on the beach. And until we can hopefully have a master plan of a brick and mortar and or our next move of however things
Okay.
shakes out.
Any other questions, Don?
Just a quick question. I love what you guys have done with the shipping containers.
Thank you.
Just curious, what would you do in a storm situation? Because, if you've got a trailer or a truck, you can kind of pull it off or drive it off, but you guys have a little different situation.
Sure. So as you know, Connex boxes and shipping containers are hurricane rated for around 180 mile an hour winds, given they are strapped appropriately. But we, when we made our move over to Moss Marina, we purchased 2 trailers that the containers were placed on to make that move. So they're still sitting in our driveway at home, and we still have them. So again, just like we made the move to Moss, we could hire our contractor with the crane and get them loaded up in due time. And then the food truck's mobile and it's on wheels. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
That is a question. Aren't all containers supposed to be mobile with wheels?
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
And how has that not been addressed by
that's why
staff?
it
Well,
wasn't in there.
it has been. I know Tom at Loyola had to have a plan submitted with his.
Okay, do you have a
But,
plan submitted to the town? Should we have a hurricane?
Yeah, we've discussed one. It's probably needs some more formalities around it, but as I mentioned, we purchased the trailers. I have the local contractor that I can call to have everything facilitated and removed as needed.
Yeah, I think we just need to, if that's something we want to put in the condition, we need to give some parameters around it, right? I mean, every storm might stir up but not come to Fort Myers Beach.
I think
so
Loyola's is if there is an order for evacuation.
that's it.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? John, Jim?
Not this time.
Okay, Lisa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll open it up to public comment. Folks, you need to say your name first, and you have 3 minutes. That's when Amy's lovely buzzer will go off. So who's first, Amy?
All right, first up, I have Lindsay Ofiara. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Lindsay?
After Lindsay will be John Samuelson.
Okay, so John, be ready when Lindsay steps down. Good morning.
Short. Hello.
Hi.
My name's Lindsay. I've been working for Rouge Shrimp for about 6 to 7 months now, right? So I work 2 jobs on an island. I've been here 16 years in the same spot, same house, same everything. So I've seen this island go through a lot of different changes, and I've had a few jobs in that time. But the Rouge Shrimp owners are so nice and so great to the community that I've never worked for anybody who actually cares about Fort Myers Beach or the employees like they do. And I've worked at the Big M Casino was my first job when I moved here. So believe me, I've been around and seen a lot of people, but they are fantastic. And they do everything for Fort Myers Beach School. They help out, like when during Ian, they were giving people extra money when they didn't even have it to help them out, their employees to help them. Me, I'd have been like, oh, sorry, I only got last 20 bucks in my pocket. I'm keeping that. No, Lisa's like, here's my last 20. Go do something, have fun. So I think they're a great asset and a great new thing to Fort Myers Beach, not just like all the old places that have been here or stuck in their ways. And we're moving forward on Fort Myers Beach, but I feel like the residents have to understand that it's not going to stay the same either for them either. So if we all have to change, they have to start changing also. This isn't Sanibel where we shut down at 6 p.m. This is Fort Myers Beach where people come, make friends and family and move here for that reason. So I just feel like the community needs to know that they're great people. And I love working for the Rouge Shrimp. I actually work 2 jobs trying to get back from Ian everything we've lost. So I'm working 7 days a week, 2 different jobs, and they've been the best ever. And I just feel like the community and neighbors around us need to give us a break for a minute and let them breathe. They keep getting knocked down. They keep coming back because they love it here, like so many other people do. So, yes. Ofiara. Yep. Oh, and I'm the Rouge Shrimp mascot because that's me.
Yeah.
Sure. See?
John, okay, now, yes, sir, you're next. Amy, who's
All
after
right,
John?
after John will be Emily Samuelson.
Okay,
Like you just said, I am John Samuelson. I live on the Mentanza Court.
Mhm.
I'm probably 2 lots away from the Rouge Shrimp. I've been on, well, I'll state how long I've been on the island. I've been on the island 24 or 5 years. The last 13, I've been on Mentanza. And we bought on Mentanza mainly because it's one of the most protected neighborhoods on the island. It's an R rated, which have certain zoning restrictions and we have to comply to. But we also expect the planners in this town to acknowledge we exist and that we have rights. We have entitlement to quiet enjoyment of our property. I think that's a legal term. My understanding, when I first got to the island, the noise level was incredibly, I could sit in my living room, 2 houses away from, and I could hear distinctly the music, whether it was singing, whether it was whatever. I like music. I think we all like music. I'm not against music, but I'm also there for the quietness of the quaintness of the island. Now, I don't consider island living totally party life, like some here do, maybe. I don't know. I'm not saying what your choices are, but if I want to party, I can go someplace. I can get in my car or I can go walk. I think what's happened here is these, I know they sound like saints that own this Rouge Shrimp, but I have evidence that that sainthood isn't quite as saintly as they're making out to be. I find them very, from what my discussions with my neighbor, I said to him one time, I said, how do you take it? I mean, it drives me nuts what is it doing to you? Because they're right there. And he was distraught. I said, well, what have you done? Well, I keep calling. I wrote a letter. You have it in your file. He's written letters, complaints. They never once reached out to talk to us. They were more belligerent. An example of that belligerence is, if you see the sign,
Yep, careful. Get a life fail.
I call.
That's one of the names.
Yeah. And can you leave that with
Clerk, so we can.
I'm going to give you one more minute because you've been dawdling up here,
Watch
but
your
your time is up. Go ahead.
To me, that's arrogance, and that's bullying at its height. You're bullying your neighbor rather than reaching out and talking to him in a civilized way. Say, we have a problem with this. They just ignored. I know they're on good behavior now. They've moved apparently from what you're saying, but I don't know if that area close to our residence needs another tavern. There's plenty of taverns just a block away to service those who have. There's plenty of music on the island. About every restaurant has a place. So it isn't a lack of opportunity. Let's do it in a quality way. So anyway.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. Who is next, Amy?
Emily Samuelson, and after Ms. Samuelson is Nick Becker.
Nick Becker. Good morning, Ms. Samuelson.
Good morning. I'm Emily Samuelson, the other half of the man who was just here. But what I'd like to add is I appreciate what she had shared, but my concern is trusting that it stays happening, or trusting that it's enforced, trusting that people will interact when we have a complaint and will actually do something. That's my big concern. Is I have lost my trust. I mean, I'm a very, I like peace. I like making resolutions. And when things take so long to happen, then it makes me lose trust that it can be sustained and still will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samuelson.
Okay, Nick Becker, and after Nick is James Inc.
Mr. Becker? And after Mr. Becker, Jim Inc., you'll be up.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing today?
Good, fine, thank you.
Good. So my name is Nick. I'm the owner of
Nick,
Cruisin'
will you
Tiki's.
say your last name for the record?
Becker,
Yes, sir.
Becker. So I'm the owner of Cruisin' Tiki's Fort Myers Beach. I actually happen to be probably one of their closest neighbors. We operate right with Moss Marina, right on their docks there. I'm on premise probably 5 to 6 times a week. We do charters out of there. We probably typically do 3 to 4 charters. We take people out of the water, come on back. So not about mine, it's about what they have going on today. So I had the pleasure of starting to meet them back in June when I also found a new location for my business. After Hurricane Ian, we've all been through the same, troubles and stuff like that. So I just want to show my support for TJ and Lisa and all the other employees at Rude Shrimp. Being somebody that does sunset charters and is on property about as much as they are, I can confidently say that I can very rarely hear their music as I approach the docks. And that's, again, with people on the boat and everything like that. So it does sound like they've made some great efforts to appease their neighbors with changing the location of the music and pointing the music towards the water. And again, I'm by far probably their closest neighbor there. Would never describe the music as too loud or out of control. It's 90% tropical music, soft tones, nothing harsh, no electric guitars, no Metallica solos. It's very, it's very, very easy listening music, stuff that you'd expect to hear in the ambience on an island, especially a marina. And again, not to, they don't need their horn, they're not up here tooting their horns, but I will. I've watched them do charities with Fort Myers Beach Strong, Fort Myers Beach School, PTO, the association, the women's associations, and they continue to thrive and bring a very welcome feeling back to the beach. TJ and Lisa are examples of what small business owners should strive to be. Their effort they put in the community should be awarded, and instead of looked under a microscope. If every small business on the island was operating like TJ and Lisa, we'd be back together in months instead of years. So again, I'm happy to be there. Again, would never consider their music, as it's been described. It's always been a very, very soft, very tropical music. They also employ 15 people, and also the string of local bands is another show of how they are helping the community by keeping these people working in a time that everybody can be using work and needing money and stuff like that. So I'm happy to be there. Again, my business is also greatly affected by theirs because a lot of people see our boats on their property, and we're another member of Moss Marina right there. So I wanted to speak on behalf of them. So
Thank you very much,
All right.
Mr. Decker. Appreciate your
thank
comments.
you guys.
Jim Inc.
Jim
and
Inc.
following Jim will be
Bob Grabo.
Bob Grabo. 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 Good morning, Jim.
Good morning. For the record, Jim Inc. Engineering. I am representing Freeland Holdings. As the board is well aware, we have Arches Bayfront project that we're trying to get through entitlements. We had hoped to be here by now, but we're not quite satisfied with staff, and us are not quite in agreement right now yet. So we hope to be here soon with that. As part of that, we're kind of in that transition after the storm of devastation to what we're going to be when we come out of this. And we're in this situation. Brood shrimp was part of that. The bayfront is real important to the residents to be able to come and visit. Having root shrimp there is part of that. We also have the Coast Guard there. Hopefully they're going to move out very soon. I think they have the ribbon cutting later this week or early next week. And then that allows us to go to the next phase of the marina. We have permitted to bring in some more dry stacks so we can meet some more boats, but we like root shrimp being there. We think they're good tenants. They think they have the right attitude. We did become aware of some difficulties back at LPA. I think you'll remember a month and a half, 2 months ago, where a resident complained. We got with the tenant. We talked with the tenant. We came up with an idea of how to address it better. That's where the stages and everything started moving around. So we feel like we're in this, I call it simply the messy period. Things aren't quite the way they should be. We have not quite the way land development code is. We have trucks that are on properties that may or may not should be there on other pieces of properties, but we're just trying to feel our way to the next step. We feel that this request is appropriate and would be good for the town to continue root shrimp and allow people to come down and enjoy the bayfront. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Bob Grabo, and after
Bob, just for future reference, we don't allow clapping. I know that's might be news, but we don't. So because,
Be very careful.
after Mr. Grabo will be Christy Hennessy.
Good morning, Mr. Grabo.
Yes, my name is Bob Grabo. I am arguably, my wife and I, the closest neighbor to root shrimp. We have a boat in slip A1 and we live on it 24/7. And that music does not affect us in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I think it's a plus. We've been at Moss Marina for a number of seasons, and having that restaurant there has made it wonderful. The music is good. It's tasteful. There's no, like he said, no screaming guitars. And you can even sit on their patio and converse. That's what you need in a restaurant. And it's not too loud to converse. So Lisa and TJ have followed all the rules. We see them out there with their noise meters, checking the decibels all around. And so far, being 50 feet from their stage maybe 100 feet. It still doesn't bother us, nor any of the other people in the marina have mentioned that. I'll make one more point. The big house that is probably their closest neighbor has been totally empty this entire season. Not a 1 week they had a family in there, and they made more noise than the Rude Shrimp did. So thank you. I will take up no more of your
Thank you,
time,
Mr.
but-
Grabo. Appreciate your comments. Christy Hennessy.
After Miss Hennessy will be Howie Hoffman.
Howie Hoffman. That's a good name. Howie Hoffman.
We're very quiet people, my husband and I, and we don't like
Christy,
crowds.
say your name for the
I'm
record.
sorry.
I know who you are. but-
Christy Hennessy. My husband and I are very quiet people, and we don't like loud noise. People love the cottage, and we love that people loved the cottage. It was too loud. It was too crowded. It was music's too loud. It wasn't our music. We loved that, that it was there. We stopped enjoying bars a long time ago, especially bars with drunk people. It's just not our thing. That being said, there isn't currently a bar on the beach we're against, and we're happy they're here. I just wish the CBD truck had better wording. We also don't go out to eat bar food. It's just not our thing. We love Rude Shrimp because it isn't bar food. It's a culinary experience every time. And every now and then there's something new, and it's all chef prepared. And the owners are on site. And I don't know if other restaurants actually have the owners that are there every day and working. They come out and greet you at the table. We've become friends that way. And as far as the alcohol, I don't know. It's a beer, beer, wine, and whatever alcohol they serve. We have friends that like to order fruity drinks, and John and I are beer and wine people. So that's just not even an issue to us. We're there for the culinary experience. Why I sound nervous, I don't know. It isn't crowded. I haven't experienced any rude, obnoxious patrons. I have never heard or read on social media anyone who goes to Rude Shrimp to hit the bars. Anita knows how involved I am with Island Philanthropy, and Rude Shrimp is always generously involved and accommodating. And it's not a late night spot. They close up early. They shutter up. They might as well be in Sanibel. So my husband and I went to Rude Shrimp for dinner, and I saw this public notice. I thought, oh, first of all, I thought it was a Roger thing. Believe me, I understand ordinances and following ordinances. I watch all the town council meetings, M&P meetings, and the LPA meetings. My friends who live in the immediate area love having Rude Shrimp nearby and have had no problems with them. So, but I don't know the other people who have had complaints. I envy their walkability. My friend Diane, that was her husband that was just up here. I met her there at Rude Shrimp, and they live on the boat immediately next to them. As he said, I won't repeat that. And she's remarked what great neighbors they are. This is their first winter here, and they've enjoyed it so much they'll come back. Now, I don't know if they'll come back if Rude Shrimp isn't located there, but we shall see. Bars visible from the outside, so I'm not sure how this works. I can see Yucatan's Bar, Junkanoo's, former SOB, Wahoo Willie's, and what about Susie Q's? I hope common sense and, if needed, latitude prevails. And I will leave you with this one thought, Anita: puppies are a lot of work.
Thank you. Thank you, Christy. Who is next?
Howie Hoffman.
Oh, that's right. Howie Hoffman.
After Mr. Hoffman is Barry Lawrence.
Hi.
Good morning.
My name's Howie Hoffman. I've lived on Fort Myers Beach 25 years, 581 Palermo Circle. I'm the commissioner of the Fort Myers Beach Senior Softball. And we have a tradition. We play every Tuesday and Thursday. And we used to go to the Shamrock for 2 hours of drinking. The name of the team's the Triple Deuces, 2 hours softball, 2 hours drinking, 2 hours napping. We lost the Shamrock altogether, and we were taken in and being sponsored by Rude Shrimp Company. I've met these people. These people are really good people. and they care a lot about the community. I don't know if everybody's been here a long time, but you've seen our green shirts, and we go to the Rude Shrimp on Tuesdays and Thursdays because they're good people. The food is delicious and fantastic. The sauces are magnificent. And if you don't eat there, you're an idiot. Thank you.
Oh, wowza. Who is next, Amy?
Barry Lawrence. After Mr. Lawrence is Diane Grabo.
Mr. Lawrence, and then Diane, you'll be after Mr. Lawrence. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Barry Lawrence. I moved after 3 years in Afghanistan. I moved to Fort Myers Beach because I loved it here. I vacationed here before. I'm also an entertainer on this beach. I'm probably the one they get complained about most. I am a sound expert. I've been being in bands and running sound for bands and being a part of bands for many, many, many years. Our sound levels are no louder than anywhere else I've worked on the beach, including the Tiki Bar, the old Sunset Grill that's no longer, Salty Sam's, I could just about every bar on the beach I've sang at. Never once have I ever got a complaint about being too loud. By the way, I live in the neighborhood where the complainers live. When I'm at my house on the canal, I cannot hear Rude Shrimp from where I live. I live literally a football field away from him. Also, when the town puts on concerts at their new stage between Snug Harbor and Nervous Nellies, I can hear that music clearly. How many times have the police been called by him for that? 0. Times Square, every time there's an event there's music, I could clearly hear the music. I sing along with it all the time. How many times has he called the cops on them? 0. It's a vendetta. It's stay off my lawn. I don't appreciate
I'm gonna stop you. So what I'd like to know, you can further your comments, what your feelings are, not what somebody else's feelings are.
Okay, well, my feelings are it's a personal vendetta. Also, I'm a witness to continuous nuisance calls to the police and having them sent to Rude Shrimp over and over again when we're well within the sound variances of what's allowed. And it was continuous. So obviously, and this is the point I'm trying to make, at the beginning, yes, there was some animosity between the owners of Rude Shrimp and the neighbor. And that's because of the continuing harassment of the neighbor by calling the police. Lisa and Rude Shrimp have always been great to our community. They've helped me bring my life back because we lost everything in the hurricane, and they've provided me with employment. They've supplied our community with all kinds of great volunteer stuff that they've done. I think we all know and enjoy that about them. But I also would like to say this, as a part of the community and the same neighborhood, I disagree with the sound. They've done a great job. I suggested we move into the corner, and we have not once, we always check our sound. We're never loud. We're never loud. So I just want to say that I want to appreciate you guys for what you do also, because you guys have had a tough job through this storm, and I appreciate you all also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. What was next?
Diane.
Oh, Diane.
And after Diane will be Marcus Free.
Good morning.
Good morning. Diane Grabo. And again, I'm married to Bob, who lives 50 feet away from Rude Shrimp. I also feel the complaint about noise is unfounded. And let's just imagine no Rude Shrimp there. What are the noises? I can hear Snug Harbor's band well over the music that comes out of Rude Shrimp. You've got private boats going by the marina at all times with really loud, obnoxious music. And because it's a no-wake zone, in theory, they hover. They hover. So we get to hear boom, 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 boom a lot. So take away Rude Shrimp. You have construction noises. You've got lawn care noises. The lawn care noises start at 8 a.m., very obnoxious, hammering all the time, boats in and out of the dry storage area. To say nothing of the power wash noise going on at all times. So take away Rude Shrimp, you still have noise. You are not going to get rid of noise in that neighborhood. At least the noise from Rude Shrimp is pleasant. And again, when we go to restaurants, if the music is too loud, we leave. Rude Shrimp, you can sit down and have a conversation and enjoy music at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Diane. Who is next?
Marcus Free. After Marcus is Dale Bonema.
Good morning, Marcus.
Good morning. My name is Marcus Free. I'm glad I'm here to speak to you guys. I did speak before at council on behalf of Rude Shrimp. I won't go into what I feel about Rude Shrimp as a person, as a neighbor. I've already explained that. I think that's going on as well with other people's testimony here today. I'm the next closest boat behind Diane and Bob to Rude Shrimp. And I have enjoyed very much hearing the music and was one of the disappointed neighbors when the music changed and it was moved from the stage to that inside corner. And now it feels like it's coming from 2 blocks away. I also believe that this is a vendetta. And I want to point out a few things in this report to make that clear. If you go to page 3 of this report, recommendations, at the very top, there's a noise complaint that's mentioned. A little farther down, there's a comment towards the bottom, may not be appropriate. Approval of a special exception may not be appropriate without safeguards to ensure that nuisances associated with these uses did not impact the nearby residents. You know, this is Fort Myers Beach. There are town ordinances that control the amount of noise that may come from a business. Despite the complaints from Dale that went on and on and on, none of which were founded. These were meritless complaints. I was there on property.
Marcus, with all due respect, we know that Dale has complained about this. That's given, but it's your job to tell us why we should approve
I'm trying
this.
to do that.
But then please don't refer to Mr. Bonema.
Okay.
Just tell us why we should approve this. Because that's
You,
why
you
you're
should
here.
approve this because this has gone down a road of quagmire. They've never been in violation of the ordinance. Why does this recommendation, if you guys decide to approve it, why are these draconian rules, most of which are related to sound? They've never been in violation. For me personally, as their neighbor, if they're not allowed to operate, I'm going to take my 60-foot boat and the money that I spend on this island, including at Moss Marina, and I'm going to go wherever they go. And I'm not the only large boat on Dock A that's going to do that. This is a travesty that it's been allowed to continue to this level. They've not been in violation. Why is this a problem? It should be approved without any additional circumstances. Thank you.
Just so you know, just let me clarify this. They're not here because of noise. They're here because of the bar.
It sure sounds like it's
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is about noise.
No, sir, it's not. But thank you for your comments. Who's next to speak?
Mr. Bonema. and
Mr. Bonema.
After Dale will be Jay Bonema.
Dale Bonema, 725 Danzas Court. So I don't know why we weren't here 6 months ago, 8 months ago. It's crazy. This goes on and on and on. So there's no vendetta. It's just, there's just been no response, no action. We met with Lisa and Gary Foco, the manager of Moss Marina, way back last summer. And Lisa said she would not change her setup because we were saying, can you please point the speakers the other way? She said, no, I'm not changing my setup. So then the next weekend when it's noisy again, I contact Gary and he says, put your earplugs in, have a drink. That's the response we got. So out of desperation, we're showing up at all these meetings trying to schedule our life around all this. It's just, it shouldn't be compared to the whale. The whale has been getting approvals at every step. The whale has had their 6-month review. The whale is actively building back. So it's not like the Whale. The Whale is zoned for this. The Whale is on the boulevard. And so it's just not fair. I mean, as far as just the food truck concept, Nervous Nelly, Snug Harbor, Wahoo Willie's, their weekly expenses probably exceed the Rude Shrimp's annual expenses. So if we're trying to be fair here, that's not fair. So, Moss Marine, they own the SOB property. Why isn't the Rude Shrimp located there? Because the Moss Marine, Ben, they want to drag Times Square, the Lonnie Kai to that location. They want to make it. Yeah, it's really funny. It's funny.
Wait, Dale. You're speaking to us.
Okay.
And folks, please keep your.
So, and
please
this
keep your
is
comments.
the real issue is not necessarily about the Rude Shrimp. It's like, do we want Times Square where Moss Marine is? Because it's a real detriment to our neighborhood. Our neighborhood got decimated. 70% of the homes are gone. Otherwise, this room would be full of a lot more people. But our houses, most of them were destroyed. It's a very quiet neighborhood. And we've all been through a lot. We have all been through a lot. We are all struggling to get back. And the Rude Shrimp people, bless their heart, they're good people. They are saints. We can all agree on that. But this is about just protecting our neighborhood. We've all been through a lot. We lost cottages. We lost personal property. And we just don't want a bar in our neighborhood. We don't. And that's the big question. Do we want Times Square where Moss Marina is? We would rather have the Queen of Weed set up in our front yard than a bar in our backyard.
Okay, Dale, thank you very much.
One
for your
last
comments.
thing. Please, if you have to approve this, can you please not allow music? Because
Thank you very-
65 decibels, 7 days a week, week after week, it gets old.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Jay,
Jay?
after Jay will be Jay Birsch.
Good morning, Jay.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jay Bonema, and we live directly across the canal from Moss Marina at 725 Matanzas Court. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm getting nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous.
First, I would like to thank the LPA members and the town staff for all your hard work. I've attended many of these meetings, and I know they can last for many, many hours. So zoning laws are in place to defend our property rights. Moss Marina is not downtown. It is zoned commercial marina. In the January 9 LPA meeting, Sarah Props clearly said, and I quote, "They, referring to the Rude Shrimp, don't have the allowed use there." The Rude Shrimp has been out of compliance for 9 months. I know we initially brought the noise problem way back in June, and why they were allowed to continue to operate without the proper permit is still a big question. So Matanzas Court is a very quiet neighborhood. I know the gentleman in the yellow said they've never seen us there, but we live there. We are inside the house, so they probably won't notice that, but we live in that house. So that peace and quiet has been destroyed when the Rude Shrimp moved to Moss Marina. The sound carries over the water, and we live very close to Moss Marina. So I know tourists and boaters come and go. They love the music, but they come and go. But we live there. That is our home. So whatever you decide today, that will greatly affect us. So we pray that you will uphold the zoning law and protect our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jay. Who's next to speak?
Jay Birch, and after Jay will be Don Thomas.
That's a pure.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jay Birch. I have my wife Rebecca here. We're at 205 Bayview Avenue, and we're very committed to the island. It's our second home after the storm. I'm an expert in fun and being happy, period. I wore this shirt today because it makes me happy, and I think it's a fun shirt. I go to Rouge Shrimp because it makes me happy and it's fun. This island cannot run off things that are happy and fun. First thing I'd like to ask, I wish we would consider more than 6 months for this. We're going to be back here doing the same thing in 6 months, and it's not needed. It is an outstanding place. They're very involved, and they make me happy and fun. So if you approve it for anything but that, make me happy and fun. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who's next?
Don Thomas.
Don
and
Thomas.
That's all I have signed up.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Dawn Thomas. I've been a resident on the island since 2016. I'm speaking on behalf of the Rude Shrimp. Rude has been a beacon of our community support since they have opened. They've always had a yes, we can attitude when asked to support any organization on the beach. This is a kind of small town, let's work together attitude that drew my husband and me to the community. I'm encouraging you to work with the business owners and compromise and come up with solutions instead of penalties to help our island rebuild and grow. We need our businesses to support our residents and our visitors. Since the hurricane, Rude Shrimp has faced numerous uphill battles and continues to evolve and resolve to try to come up with solutions. Similar to complaints of the music at the Whale, residents who live by the bars and restaurants should understand that we are in unprecedented times. Things are going to change as soon as brick and mortar are built. Rude Shrimp has done multiple corrections to accommodate the neighborhood. They've moved their music to inside facing toward the water. Oh my God, I need my readers. And so the music does not flow into the neighborhood. The bar can be seen from the outside the structure, similar to Wahoo Willie's and the Whale. How is this any different? Actually, it is different, as you can only see their bar from the private parking lot of Moss Marina. As for the detriment listed by the town, how is sound a detriment? By code, Moss Marina is zoned and allowed a restaurant that does allow music. Rude has also contracted an additional trailer from the Coast Guard and has been waiting for them to move out so that they continue to improve on their space, hoping to create additional improvements. Last week, representatives from the LPA spoke at Town Council about how we're going to decide how Fort Myers Beach is going to move forward and develop plans for these temporary structures as development plans are made and submitted for brick and mortar for the future. As we all know, building takes time. Heck, in fact, tearing down takes time, as you can tell by half the derelict buildings that have not been ripped down in some of our key areas. I urge you to place Rude Shrimp in the first category as rebuilding. Rude is in a state of flux and wait for the development of Moss Marina. If that development does not happen, then we have another issue to contend with. But until that time, everything should be done to support one another to make viable and successful businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
That's all I have signed up.
Okay, that's all that's signed up, but is there anybody else? Well, you're welcome to come up. This is another peer peddler shirt. I'm looking at this as affirmations for my store.
He's also very happy. Ron's my neighbor. He's a happy man.
Are you also a happy person?
I'm very happy.
Did hold on. Is there anybody else that would like to speak after? Okay, several. All right, go ahead.
All right. Ron Bennock, 210 Sterling Avenue. And a lot of stuff has been said. And I'm just here in support of the Rude Shrimp. Some of the stuff that the bar part, that's the part that I'm not quite understanding, because there's not a place on the island that you don't walk by and see the sale of alcohol. So that part of it, I'm really confused with, because their bar actually faces the back bay. So also their plan, you know, they're doing the decibel readings. It sounds like they've got a really good plan to address the concerns of the neighborhood, that the people that come up and have voiced their complaints. The trust issue, you know, I disagree with the end date of 6 months as well. A review in 6 months like other people do, I think that's a great idea. That would address the trust issue with the neighbor. But, I guess that's all I want to just say is that there's a lot of stuff has been said already. And I'm just in support of root shrimp.
Thank you so much for your comments. Yes, sir. Come on up. Well, you're the singer
I can't.
with
Hi,
a great
Stephen.
with a great voice.
Oh, thank you
Nice
very
to meet you in person.
Stephen Clark. I'm a resident of the island. Been here since 2020. Also a musician, a social media influencer. I just say that because this comes into play in a second. First of all, I've played Rude Shrimp a number of times. I love these people. It's one of my favorite places to play, mainly because the setting. I actually will set up my live camera and broadcast to some 20,000 people at times. And this is the story that I wanted to tell you. I actually met a woman last week who came here, and she came up to me and said, I saw you do one of your shows from Rude Shrimp. I booked a vacation that day, and I came here because of that, because I showed dolphins. She said, I want to come here to Fort Myers Beach and see dolphins. That's the importance, I think, of having them where they are on the back bay, because that's a view we don't get very often. As for the sound thing, I know the first thing I do as a musician is I ask the people in the closest seats, am I too loud? And if I'm too loud for them, I know I'm too loud for everybody. So I turn them down. It's the reason why also you ask why we need amplification. I don't remember who asked that question. I just use one little amplifier. I'm just a guitar and a microphone and an amplifier. I could sit with my guitar in the back of that room and sing, and you wouldn't hear me unless we have a microphone and an amplifier. So I think that's most of, I know Barry's kind of the same way, just a small amplification. We're not putting up big sound stacks. We don't have Def Leppard drummers behind us. We're just singing Jimmy Buffett. And we're singing at a level that people can converse. Because if we're too loud, they'll leave. So that's why we're not. So I just wanted to say that. I think Rude Shrimp's a great place. It's great for our community. People will come here just because of Rude Shrimp. And that's what we need. We need the people coming here, spending their money, helping us build. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir. You know what? Back there.
And then I was handed another one. I don't.
Okay. Who was it, Amy?
Dennis Carter.
That's me.
Okay. Oh,
Denise?
Denise Carter.
No, it's Dennis.
Okay.
Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis Carter. I've been here on the island since December of 1982. I have owned two businesses on Fort Myers Beach, but San Carlos Island and mainland, but still in 33931. As a Canadian and a resident in the US, to have a visa, it's called an E2 visa, I had to have my business qualify, and I had to prove that I was bringing an economy and a value to this community. It was a long and lengthy process to get the E2 visa. Exactly the same kind of business that Miss Lisa has. And I'm telling you, a resident does not bring economy to this island. These businesses do. Residents can come and go. They do not add to the value of what Lisa is bringing here. Rude Shrimp deserves the opportunity to get moving and bring us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Yes, ma'am.
Hadn't planned on saying a word.
Well, I'm glad you changed your
My
mind.
name is Robin Oaks Atwood. My father is a 30-year resident, which makes me, now that he's 84, I'm down here all the time.
That's
right?
wonderful.
And we have a family home, which is right next to the Bonima. I
Bonimas.
never can say their name.
Yes,
Even though
because it
they're
looks
neighbors.
complicated, but it's not.
So what I think needs to be remembered is that this is a residential neighborhood that is being really, really affected. And it's not just noise of music. They have reeled it in. When they decided finally to go through the process of doing what they're supposed to do, they decided to behave. So I'm not complaining about that, but I want to tell you there's noise that goes beyond that in the party goers and the screaming and the yelling and the cheers and all the things that go on over there. And I just want you to keep in mind that we are families. This is my parents' family home, full-time residents all the time, becoming mine now. And we would like some protection in the zoning of our homes. So think about if you would like a bar out your back door. We like to sit on that water and look at the water and listen to that without interruption. That's what we're accustomed to in all the years of being there. So I own a business. I understand how good they can be for a community and all the good things they can do for a community. And it sounds like they're doing that, but it doesn't change the fact that you want that in your backyard. So anyway, I appreciate you listening. And again, I swore I wasn't talking today. But I do feel like you need to remember this is a residential neighborhood where people live.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there any, Laura, yes, come on up, Amy.
Apparently, I'm not as skinny as I thought I was.
Oh, no, you are, Amy.
The poll said otherwise. Good morning, Amy Lowry for the record, resident here for 23 years. I'm here today in support of the Rude Shrimp. After Ian, they were one of the first businesses to reopen on the island, providing us with not only a place to gather for meals and drinks, but more importantly, providing with a sense of normalcy that we all were so desperately craving. Since their reopening, they have gone above and beyond to provide activities and events for our island. The owners are involved with our community in so many wonderful ways. Their move to Moss Marine was in hopes of becoming a brick and mortar business, which is something the town is striving for in the rebuilding of our island. They are not a late night venue and are respectful of their neighbors. Music is controlled and done by 8 p.m. on the weekends and 7 p.m. on the weekdays, much to mine and Rick's dismay. As you all know, we're the late night people. While I understand that they are not operating in their original location, their hopes of building in a new location and the fact that they were an existing business prior to Ian should speak volumes for their commitment to our island. I truly believe that the Rude Shrimp is one of those businesses that are in alignment with what the town is trying to obtain with our rebuilding of the island. I would ask that you consider the request today to remain open for business as originally permitted, allowing them time to build and become a permanent fixture here on Fort Myers Beach. I'd also like to say that Rick and I were there on both Saturday and Sunday. Both days, I can honestly say we could barely hear the music sitting there ourselves. In fact, Rick even commented on Sunday that Briz ladies' microphones needed to be turned up because we could not even hear them singing. I understand the intrusion into residential neighborhoods being in the short-term vacation rental business. Our goal was always to try to figure out how to have islanders and vacationers live harmoniously. There is a very hard time with balance on our island. Even, I'll say, living across the street from Smuggler's Cove, we listen to Marco Polo with the kids in the pool. We all have, and they're not open now, so I don't listen to anything other than construction, but we all have, I'll say, a neighbor, perhaps in our neighborhood we don't like. We can't choose our neighbors. People are trying to choose their neighbors right now. And that's a little bit more difficult. I would suggest, I know you guys have a hard time finding balance, and this is one of those tricky cases. But I hope you will consider their request to move forward. And the 6 months seems quite unreasonable in my suggestion as well. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. Is there anyone else who would care to speak? Kara? Kara, are you coming up as an expert? Or are you coming up as just a comment? Thank you.
I don't know the answer.
Go ahead.
Kara
You're
Stewart.
speaking under public comment.
I'm
So
speaking under public comment. Kara Stewart, and I was not going to talk either. The only item I would like to address is that 6-month condition. 6 months is not a very long time. I mean, it'll go by in no time at all. There are some provisions in place for protection of the neighbors that have concern with the music. You do have a noise ordinance. You are proposing conditions also that limit the hours further. I think if we can extend that 6 months, that's just in the best interest for everyone. 6 months is a very short period of time for someone to operate a business and continue to operate that business. So if we can do that, their permit, I believe, expires in 2025, the permit that they currently have for their temporary use. If we could maybe go consistent with that date, that would be very, very helpful as
Kara,
well.
the 6 months doesn't terminate their business. The 6 months is for a review.
And I
just
follow,
like we did with the beached whale.
Yep, and I follow that. I believe that a review also is really accumulation of what you may be hearing throughout that time frame. And if you want us to maybe perhaps just provide, we have any complaints, you want us to forward to town staff, maybe any complaints we are aware of, something like that, and what we've maybe done versus having to schedule to come back. I think that might accommodate you in the same fashion.
Thank you, Kara. Anybody else who'd like to speak? Yes, sir.
I'll be very quick. I just want to
Will you say your name,
sorry,
please?
Pedro Gomez, Pedrog. I just want to acknowledge that the town has done a very good job in bringing all the farmers markets into. Now we have 3 of them every week, and I think the Root Shrimp has built a very nice synergy with the one that there on Wednesdays. I think it really fills on each other. Not that it's helping with the traffic at all, but okay. And then the other thing is they also have a musician that has a very cute dog called Rocket. So
Thank you. Is there anyone else who cares to speak? Yes, sir. Following this gentleman, is there he's got a shrimp on his shirt, so we know where he is. Is there anybody else who'd care to speak after this gentleman? No one? Okay, thank you so much. Good morning.
My name's Chris Hayes. I'm a professional yacht captain, and we moved our operation from Fishtail Marina up to Moss because Fishtail is just not viable for us anymore. As a person that's been in this industry for a long time, I've been a lot of places, from the Keys to the Bahamas to the Caribbean, and I've been right up next to beach bars and the craziness that goes on, not only with that, but with the guest on board and trying to get them to pump their brakes a little bit. I brought the boat back, I think in August, to Moss Marina, and I can't think of one time where I saw someone was inebriated, getting into a fight, where the music was so annoying. I mean, it's just amazing to me what they've been able to accomplish there. It's a really good vibe. And what you look at is, from what I can see is, okay, they're on a commercial property that has the ability to have a restaurant and develop it. And then you have a neighborhood that's adjacent to it. So you all have a difficult task of trying to thread that fine line where you keep those people happy. And that wasn't my time, was it?
No.
Okay.
No, it
Yeah,
was
but
just him getting in
and it's
trouble.
difficult task for you guys to thread that. But I remember my wife's parents going to the Big M. So I'm trying to imagine. I wasn't there, but I'm trying to imagine, hundreds of people coming through those streets and the noise that created when the Big M was at Moss. But, you have a tough task. I just would like to see them have the opportunity to make money, and build their business. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your comments. Okay, last call. Anyone? Thank you all very much for your comments. Does the applicant or the staff have any further information to share with us? Lisa, nothing? Sarah, nothing? Okay.
I have a question for the applicant before it comes back to us.
Lisa, would you come up? Thank you.
At one point, we heard that you guys were going to move back to where the Coast Guard station was. Is that still happening?
That is not. We had initially potentially discussed that, thinking it might be a better solution just to the whole setup, but that is not currently zoned commercial. So we will not be moving to
I
that.
just wanted to clarify.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay, Lisa, I want to ask you a question about them. You've moved the music over to essentially the location that folks asked you to move it to last summer. Has it shifted back there, and have you received as many complaints since it has moved?
So Yes, we did move it to that location. The biggest issue why I didn't want to move it to that, to my point earlier, we had to move 4 revenue generating seats. And again, that adds up week over week, and it's just it changed the setup. And we had to move some things around. So that's why it took a while for us to move it to that. But
But is it working out for better?
It seems to be. Dale and I communicate on a weekly basis, as I stated earlier, as to any new activities maybe on site, and I check in on the noise levels. So it seems to be working well. And I ask the other neighbors along Harbor Court as well to see how the noise sounds. It seems to be working well.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Don, anything?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah? No. Nothing? Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Okay. Comments from the LPA? Patrick? I can't read you on this.
I'm glad the applicant showed up today with a little more detail, with a little more information. And I'm also very happy that she's retained assistance from Kara to perhaps when this goes to city council, have town council have a little more detail as to what they're proposing as a plan. That being said, I felt I had to make quite an effort to understand this case. The application itself and the staff report had a lot of gaps. So what I did find, and when I researched it, is it is an approved use. They've got a permit, and they fall under this temporary use that we have post-hurricane. It is a restaurant, not a bar. Also, a restaurant is allowed as an accessory use in their zoning district. And the issue at hand today is really the fact that they have a bar that faces the exterior. And what we do as a town in our zoning regulations is we say an exterior bar could potentially cause issues. We don't know if it will or not. So we put the letters SE beside that use, which is special exception. And so what that means is the person proposing that exterior bar and that use has to come before us and ask for that special exception. And they have to demonstrate that they're doing something to address potential negative impacts. And I think I fully believe that this is an acceptable use. I think there are mitigation measures to address any potential noise issues. Do I wish that we would have had a lot more detail and this could have been addressed a little while ago? I certainly do. However, I think we are getting there. We're on the right track. Luckily, we had a precedent. We had the whale, and we had conditions associated with that. And it seems like that's acceptable to the applicant, barring the issue of a 6-month limit. And I too agree that there shouldn't be a hard, fast limit, but I'm okay with a review period. So with that said, okay, I believe it's an acceptable use. I believe from the restaurant use is permitted. And we're really looking at just the bar and mitigation measures. And I think there are definitely ways to address that.
Do you think they have been addressed?
I think via the conditions that staff has proposed and that the applicant is accepting or supporting, I think we can get there.
Don, anything to add?
I had nothing further from what Patrick said. I agree.
Doug?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to, maybe I'm adding to Pat's comments, but there was a lot of discussion of having the rude shrimp or not having the rude shrimp, and that's really not what's before us. What's before us is just the special exception to have a bar that's visible. And in that, at that level, the bar that's visible is facing, if I picture this right, is facing the bay. It's located at a commercial marina. So it's not like the bar is facing directly residential community, although I do understand the map and I understand this community of residential homes is right next to them across the canal. And I am very sympathetic to sound pollution. But I think I would have to agree with Pat that if the 7 conditions are enforced, that mitigates the reason we have a special exception for a bar, then it does appear to be an acceptable use at this location, at this marina sort of parking area or concrete pad.
Thank you, Doug. Jane?
I kind of want to address the feeling in the room. There is a lot of big feelings here and animosity, and we are all neighbors. And I think if everybody put respect first, I think there would be a way for this neighborhood to come together and be better neighbors, better friends, better working relations. And I just think respect is something that is not being handled here, even from the people that are just visitors here. I think that there's a lot of pointing of fingers and things like that. And I feel concerned for the people who, you know, spoke against this hearing today. And I would like for everybody to try and embrace each other as neighbors as opposed to completely fighting against each other. And in that respect, I think that the 6-month review is very important. And I'm wondering if possibly more protection, as in plantings or something, to give a better barrier might be something that we could put in as a condition to broaden the security for the neighbors who are feeling offended by the music. I do feel that they have changed recently in how they've handled their music. And I'm glad to hear that Lisa and Dale talk weekly. I think that's wonderful, because I think that that's what's going to bring it back together. I do think that I would like to see whoever makes a motion to add that a hurricane exit plan should be submitted to the town as one of the conditions, and also that no entertainment at the current stage location, because you could put your 4 seats on that stage and they could be your special customers of the day.
Maybe a throne.
Yeah, I mean, make it something, you know, the shrimpettes of today or whatever. So I just want to live harmoniously. Yeah, that's the word.
Or
I'm
in
looking for.
harmony is
In
nice,
harmony,
too.
and really think about before you speak to each other or about each other. And maybe if use that old rule, if you can't say something nice, don't say it at all. That's what my thoughts are.
Jim, comments or thoughts on this?
Yeah, several comments. First, I would have liked the applicant to let us know whether the 50% food requirement had been or is being met.
Not yet.
Second, this is temporary. Rude Shrimp is not going to be there forever. And we are here trying to get the beach to move forward, and every business that opens is important. And the 6-month review on the whale, at that time, we knew that they were going to submit plans to build. And so the 6 months was sort of set based on their building requirements. That's not the same here. So
I wouldn't be married to the 6 months if my colleagues up here wanted to extend that. And I would agree that, Don, we do need to add something that if there is an evacuation order, there should be a plan that should be incorporated as a condition of any approval today. Thank you.
Thanks. John, any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think this one is a really difficult one. We are in a transition period, and although what we're being asked about is access to being able to see a bar, I think it's really the impact on the neighborhood that is really the issue that we're talking about. And it looks like there's been a lot of steps taken recently to mitigate that, which I really applaud. I'm not sure I understand why it's taken so long. And I wish in the spirit of this neighborhood that it would be not contentious, that's for sure. For that reason, I believe that a 6-month review is probably right in order to ensure that it continues to work alongside their neighbors. The other thing I'd say is that, these decibel readings are great, except that they don't really mean much. It's really the direction of the music, especially when it's going over water. And so I don't know if we have an opportunity to say which way the amplified music should be positioned or pointed, but certainly away from the neighborhood as it is currently would, I think, help everybody out. I think you'd be able to have a better sound and not impact the neighborhoods quite so much. So those would be my thoughts.
John, just a quick question on a comment you made, and hopefully someone can answer that. My understanding is the speakers, when they used to use that stage, the speakers were indeed pointed towards the neighbors. I believe with the new setup, they've pointed them the other way.
Agreed. And I think that's solution, or at least partial solution. Hopefully it's, I guess what I'm saying is, can that be codified?
Yes, I think that's a good point, that's a great location and has been successful with the music, and maybe that location should be part of the conditions.
I would like to, like John said, I think given the controversy and the concern with noise, I think we should keep the 6-month review period where we can revisit and see if the commitments have been met.
And I agree with the review. We applied that to the whale. We've got someone that's coming before us and saying, I'll do A, B, C, and D. And I think this is just a way where 6 months from now, we can say, have you put those safeguards in place, and are you honoring your commitments? And if you are, should be a quick discussion and we should be done with it. However, if they aren't, that's where we have to look at other safeguards. So I think that's perfectly reasonable. We're just asking for someone to basically honor their commitments and demonstrate that.
I think there was this idea that I was anti-rude shrimp. Nothing could be further from the truth. The reason that this all came up to begin with was that, a temporary permit was issued to you guys. Carrie, you're nodding your head, and you didn't have everything you needed to have that temporary permit, and we were just questioning why. And of course, then the issue of noise and the impacts of the neighbors came up. The comment that troubled me most that was made today, Frankie, Karen back in the back, I hope you heard her say it. I think her name was Mrs. Samuelson. She said she's lost her trust. That is the comment that really troubled me most, because there is nothing more contentious or more difficult to deal with than noise. I think from the beginning of time, it's so subjective. Lisa, you were right. I said, what's loud to me might not be loud to you. And when people complain, they want some satisfaction for their complaint, for their concerns. I hate to see neighbors, especially Mr. and Mrs. Bonema, vilified in this case, because they're just trying to live their life. I might be doing the same thing if I lived in their position. And there's a very different, it's a very different world from, you know, going with Christy and Dawn to the Rude Shrimp to have a couple of drinks and eat some great food, or sitting in a home where maybe I've got some troubles or I just want to be quiet. Those worlds have to coexist. I think the 6-month review is absolutely necessary. Just to tell you, when the beached whale came before us, in their first hearing, the whole audience was full of people saying they're too loud, they're not doing what they're supposed to, blah, blah, blah. The second hearing, the 6-month review, no one was there complaining. So hopefully that will be the case.
Letters.
There were some letters, that's true. But it was substantially improved. So I hope that will be the case here. The thing for me is whether I sympathize greatly with the neighborhood. If I had to pick a side, I pick the neighborhood. However, that's not what's before us. What's before us is approving the special exception for the bar. And the noise element comes along as sort of like a side dish that has to be mitigated by you, Lisa, by the Rude Shrimp. It's like you all just have to figure out a way to live harmoniously there. So anyhow, that's all the comments I have. I see from the comments that have been made by the LPA that you want to add a condition about a hurricane evacuation plan. There's also another comment made about increasing landscape buffer. Does anybody?
Landscape buffer.
That was yours?
Yeah.
Does anybody else agree with that?
I mean, I don't disagree with it. I guess I have a little bit of concern. I mean, they're trying to run a business, right? They've already given up revenue seats to try to mitigate. And, you know, how much do we, you know, force people to spend to do that? Agree. If there's some way they could do something to mitigate some of the noise, I was thinking, could we put, you know, the sound machine balls out in the parking lot, or I don't know, something like that just to mitigate it. But I just don't want to put undue stress on the financials of a business that's really trying to just get on their feet and also be part of the community.
All right, so let's leave that one off. But what about no entertainment on the stage? Does that need to be?
The direction is
It's
what
the
I
direction.
Was the direction of the
music.
speakers, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, so
Had the
how
condition
do,
that the speakers be positioned away from the
away from the neighborhood?
residential neighborhood.
Okay, so the existing conditions plus a hurricane evacuation plan, and that the entertainment, speakers, and sound be focused away from the neighborhood.
Did we want to speak
And the 6-month
on
review's in there.
John's comment about the location of that, having the music in that corner of the bar because it protects it on both sides? Have that be the location?
I mean, that's a little prescriptive. I think it's really the direction that the speakers are pointing, in my mind.
Yeah, I
mean,
don't think we can be too prescriptive
Yes,
at this
because
point.
the bottom line is 6 months from now, either there is peace and harmony in the kingdom or there is not. I never have much faith when it comes to noise that there will be peace and harmony.
And just
but-
making a comment that, you know, again, this is a request for a visible
bar. That's
right?
exactly
It has
right.
nothing to do with noise
That's
unless the noise is coming from the bar. So we're using that to impose conditions. And although I'm sympathetic to the neighbors and certainly have experienced that in my time here on Fort Myers Beach, I just want to acknowledge that we might want to take a look at that on a forward basis because if they were just a restaurant with they got their permit for a restaurant with music, we wouldn't be here, right? They'd just be playing music, and as long as they meet the noise ordinances,
But I think
they're
we
good.
need
They're good.
to. I think we need to add those conditions to give people faith that they will continue to be a better neighbor.
I agree. So maybe it's something to do with permits when we issue a permit for a restaurant or a bar, you know, maybe there's something there with respect to live music.
Mhm.
And just to piggyback on that comment, I think everybody has to understand that we are dealing with a temporary setup, okay? And when there's comparisons to other establishments that are brick and mortar, either you've got different zoning conditions or they came in for their own permits, and as part of that that permitting process, they address some of those issues.
Mhm.
So again, we are dealing with a temporary nature. That's kind of why we're having to go through these hurdles and find a fix. And the other little quick public service announcement for everybody is, folks, when you, this did drag on, and I think, and I say we, and I make myself a member of the town here. We need to help applicants also out to get in front of us or get issues addressed quicker. And I'm not sure exactly how that goes, but you know, if anybody calls me just for advice from a process standpoint of what do I need to do, I will always take a call and try to get people educated as to what needs to be done. So in this case, I think we took a little while to get there, but we're finally here.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion to approve or deny the request?
I'll make a motion. Motion that we recommend approval with the conditions identified by staff. The exception to their conditions is a 6-month review process rather than a 6-month end date. That we also incorporate Don's recommendation for an evacuation plan and John's recommendation for requiring that speakers be directed away from residences and towards the commercial marina portion of the town.
So there's a motion by Patrick and a second by Jim. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Sarah, are you standing up to tell us something?
I have a question.
Okay.
For clarification regarding what that review process looks like. Would it require it to come to the LPA in order to be heard so that people have the opportunity to be heard, but does not require the update of the special exception? The Wales required the special exception to be renewed.
Both.
Both. Okay. Thank you.
So just to clarify the amendment, I'll go along with my colleagues and say both. And that it has to be renewed and it has to be discussed publicly.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Patrick, your vote?
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Yes. Your motion carries unanimously.
I'll vote
And-
yes as well.
Oh, we're not counting Dawn on this one.
Don's usually on the phone.
Okay, since I know the majority of you are going to be leaving here, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. item on the agenda is the administrative agenda. Frankie, do you want to come up and talk to us during this section? Yes. You're here. We're going to corner you.
I thought I was just here for plucky comic relief.
Negative.
You mean you didn't hear our request from last month?
Oh, I heard him.
You heard him.
Good morning,
Good morning, still.
Madam Chairman and Council.
Nice
My
to
name is
have you
Frankie
here.
Kirkpatrick. I'm the Operations Director for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Under that umbrella falls Community Development, Compliance, and a few others. I'm at your disposal.
Frank, at the last meeting, we talked, well, as you saw at the council meeting and otherwise, we talked about these temporary permits, how they're getting issued, why they're getting issued, and we just wanted your comments on it.
So the temporary use, I think at this point of the game, as we're approaching that 18th month after Ian type situation, they really need to be taking a good long look at how and who is applying for these, and where they need to be. I think your comments, your and Don's comments to council at the M&P, along working with council, trying to develop language with teeth. They kind of tie in with compliance, okay? When that vehicle showed up in Times Square, if it had been Paul's poodle grooming, we wouldn't be talking about temporary use.
That's not true. Not really true, because this issue, as a matter of fact, Dan and I were talking about it on the way out to Florida Gulf Coast University. The issue has been percolating. It's been percolating in neighborhoods relative to just the trailers. The mobile homes that people have been living in. It's been percolating with that. It's been percolating with other business owners who are looking to rebuild their business, but then end up having, well, let's just call it competition, who is operating out of temporary uses. So that, I know everybody wants to point to that particular trailer as the nexus of this argument, but it really isn't. I could care less if they had been serving snow cones. It was, first of all, it was the issue of they were given a temporary permit for a term of 18 months instead of 6. That concerned us. And it was just this sort of, when will temporary end? And there just hasn't been that discussion.
Correct.
Now everybody's discussing it.
Correct.
So maybe it gets us to that.
And it should. In all honesty, we need to attach it closely with Senate Bill 250. I think when we talked about that at the M&P, finding the correlation between how it affects the residential side versus the commercial side, they have to coexist, because if they don't, you're always going to have a lopsided situation. You're going to have the residents being able to live under such scrutiny for 2 years, and a commercial property come in and say, you know what? The ordinance that's currently on the table has no teeth. I can do this. And with the right juxtaposition, wordsmithing on an application, whatever you want to call it, all of a sudden, here you go. And I'm on and running, and look at you, and we have to have a fair playing field for everyone involved, whether it's a business that's been here, a business that wants to come to the island, whether it's a big development, or whether it's just someone wanting to build back their grandmother's cottage. All that has to coexist. We just got done hearing about a neighborhood and an establishment. And what was the edict from the panel? Coexistence, right? Find a middle ground, find a way to find solutions. As a town, we have to do the same thing. So our ordinances have to align with both the residents and both with commercial or business, however you want to frame that. And currently they don't. Currently, we are giving a lot of provisions. Say we probably should do more or less. That's not up to me to say for residents, but it's needed because of the situation. You just were devastated by a Category 5 hurricane. It's easy for me to come here, not living through that, coming here almost a year later and seeing devastation, but picking up this, okay, I'm going to carry this on, and this is the way the town is going to go into the future. That's not the way Andy and I came here. We came here with the guys that we knew that this was a devastated place, but we also knew that it has to be fair for everyone to continue. We've made concerted efforts to every talk we've ever given, every talk we try to do with people is, yes, we'll help you out. But if we help you out, it's going to be the same thing right down the island. I want to be consistent and I want to be fair. So I'll go out of my way to help a business owner. I'll go out of my way to help a resident, whether it's an expired permit, whether it's maybe language that wasn't added to that permit. We sit with our building official, we'll sit with whomever to make it right. The bottom line on this entire island is compliance. We need an island of competent structures built correctly that are going to last, whether it's a commercial brick and mortar or whether it's grandma's little cottage. And that's kind of what we're trying to achieve.
Jane, what were you going to ask?
Well, the thing that keeps getting brought to me is the understanding of the temporary permit was the whole thing was drawn up for people who had businesses here and had no building for them to survive. It wasn't at all about bringing in new businesses, because where is this new business going to go? What is their plan? Where is the building they're going to end up? If they had a 6-month lease, they were going to give us a plan for their future. But now they've got, a year and a half. What's going to make people want to get into brick and mortar if they can get an 18-month permit to stay in a can and have very few expenses?
So to get to that point, okay, so the permit, I wasn't aware that the permit was written for 18 months. But regardless of how the length of time, we already have the wheels in motion with council and with the direction of Chairperson Anita and Don at the last M&P to put teeth into ordinances. So I, on my end, can enforce it. 23-05 was an ordinance drafted. It has the word commercial in it. Never once really talks specifically on how I can enforce onto a commercial property under a temporary use or under that proviso. So without language, I can't enforce on the compliance end. You can be vague, and you all know when you look at an ordinance, it's interpreted differently from Pat to John. The meaning, the intent. Now, when council drafted that, they had all the intent of having a document or an ordinance moving forward to allow people to come back. Here's the temporary housing that you can have, or temporary business things that you can put onto your property and move forward until you can get back on your feet. That was never transmitted into the ordinance. So a lot of, we can sit here and say, how are we going to do this? It's happening. It's happening right now through osmosis. It took us a while to get to this point, but we took the old ordinance with the help of council, with the help of Anita and Don and at the M&P, suggestions on how we can make this stronger and fair for everyone moving forward.
I realize that you haven't been here for a long time, but those of us who have been, due to our age, but anyway.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the key thing was this. One of the other things that's being brought up is that we want to be represented as a family island. That was our whole, Fort Myers Beach family island. And that's why we wouldn't allow the MTV to come here, and we don't allow the wet t-shirt contest, and we don't, do all that kind of stuff. And I mean, back at a point where we decided that we didn't want a tattoo place at the entrance of our island as to be the first thing you see coming on the island, because we wanted it to be a family island. And somehow, we had discussed also back when where we are going to allow dispensaries on this island. And we said no, because if we did, CVS could not do it medically. So they cannot have that in a area around them. So we said, as an island, they can go over the bridge. We want medical marijuana to be able to be dispersed through our pharmacies. And so here we are. Are we putting CVS at risk by this new thing that could be an issue for their licensing?
So let me address that. So getting back to the truck, all right, they sell CDB products. You can go to 7-Eleven that are trying to build back. One is going to be opening very soon. I know Vice Mayor Adderholt, a lot of people, some of you have really put a lot of effort getting 7-Eleven back on the island. They've been a great community partner, giving us money towards our Little League field as well. You can go into any liquor store, gas station and buy CDB. You can buy the same exact strength CDB as what they're selling over there.
Well, that's something that we need to look into, because we did say that we were going to protect our pharmacy.
But that's
this is an over-counter
CBD that they're selling.
Yeah, they cannot sell by law anything with THC.
No, but they can sell the Delta 9 derivatives and all of that.
Do we have language in place for that? And that kind of
No,
goes
we
back to
don't.
that.
No, we
So,
don't.
so to
Because
to address
it
that.
didn't exist.
Right. And you know what? And try to stay 2 steps ahead of these things. You actually can't. But you can get so prohibitive of things that you kind of exclude yourself from the regular world. That's why we have LCSO. That's why we have agencies out there to protect us from this. The best we can do as a town moving forward is make our ordinances not so constrictive to prohibit business from growing and burgeoning, but to contain what type of businesses and what kind of direction we want to go in. And that's kind of double talk on both sides of the mouth. And I apologize for that. But I've never been one to say you can't do this without showing me why and how it will either be a detriment or a positive going forward. Try to say that it's a detriment to CVS because they're selling CDB. I can debate that with you all day long. My former occupation, I can tell you what that thing is on the beach is nothing but a glorified hemp truck. And until somebody says that hemp is illegal, yes, it's the same genus as marijuana, the cannabis. It's not the same as far as the strength and the derivative that is taken from it. It's a gimmick.
You know what, Frank? It may be a gimmick, it may be everything you're saying, but at some point in time, there comes an element of discretion that has to be utilized when you're looking to paint a picture of what your town is going to be 5, 10, 15 years from now. Is that part of the picture? For me, it is absolutely not.
And I agree with you, ma'am. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But it's just like
but
when
the permit still got issued.
Our generation grew up looking at Norman Rockwell paintings, right? The ideal communities, the covered bridges, the horse-drawn wagons in the wintertime. Is that the way society is or was? No. But in retrospect, we can't dictate what society will become or is becoming. We can only dictate how we have to proceed within the parameters of the law. And that's something that I've stood up to my whole long. How that permit got handled out, they came in, they filled out the application, they went through the parameters of how or why or what. It checked all the boxes, the permit was issued.
Yes, I know. I actually sat in the outside office after that meeting that I was here and listened to how that application transpires because somebody came in while I was talking to Jason and applied for a temporary permit. So it's pretty easy to get and I get it. All we're saying is.
Do we have to be more vigilant on how we get those out? Do we have to be more aware of the surroundings and situations that might be impacted as they move forward? Oh, totally. But again, 18 months, I'll use that all day long. I'll use a year as an example of Andy and I inheriting a lot of, for lack of a better term, crap. Where do you pick and choose on which pile you want to dive into? Permitting was the hot topic when we got here. No permits, no permits. Tell me the last time you really got a legitimate complaint about a permit or not getting a permit. Currently, we're kicking them out faster than any municipality in Southwest Florida. That's phenomenal in just a short period of time.
Well, we wanted to bring to you our concerns.
And
it
I'm
was
not
a
trying to be
unanimous,
combative.
it was a
We are
unanimous
taking these to
concern
heed,
of the
and we will
LPA.
We will make the corrections. You have my word on that, ma'am.
Great.
Yes.
Anybody else have anything to say for Frankie? We appreciate you being here very much.
So there was no plucky comic relief?
No plucky comments necessary,
So,
no.
there was also brought up about code enforcement. And there was discussion about some things not seeming to have code enforcement follow through. And I can't remember the exact thing that brought it to the board to bring that up. But I'd also like to just ask, what is the plan for people who, 18 months later haven't cleaned up their yards or done anything?
So it's a two-prong answer, and I'll be very brief. I know your time is very valuable. As far as code enforcement goes, we had code enforcement here when Andy and I came to the town. It was already in place. It was up and running. It was under community development. We broke it away from under community development and put it under me, under operations. They were given a different edict. Where I come from, I've always tried to educate
Love
And
it.
at the last resort, here's your citation.
I like that.
We get the label thrown out there. How come the town doesn't fine them? We do not have the ability to fine. Only a magistrate can fine. So until we find a way for us to fine, we just have to cite or open a case.
I think that's what people mean. They mean
get
cite.
that. I get that.
Yeah.
But in my old world, it's a little different when you're violating the law versus getting a citation. So that's the way it was supposed to work. Along those guidelines is the competent people that you're entrusting to do that work has to follow very stringent chains of evidence when they're collecting. Say, for instance, you're building a shed in your backyard, and it wasn't the same shed you had before the hurricane. And one of my officers would go and take a picture walking through your yard of that shed. He violated that. He did not have the authority to go on private property.
Absolutely.
In front of a magistrate or a judge, that evidence would be thrown out. The case might actually be in danger. We had a large influx of cases like that. We made a change. We brought in, with the help of Nancy and our legal team, looking at other municipalities on how they do it. There's state certified code officers. They follow a state certification called FACE. And we just hired a new coordinator. She came from Pinellas County. Thank you, Nancy. And where she was not only a code officer, but she was also an interim supervisor. So she brings with her a lot of knowledge, a lot of ways on how to do it correctly. Starting a case, finishing a case. She also follows my edict of educate, educate, educate. We also brought in another full-time code officer that is the same way from the city of Cape Coral. So we're rebuilding our staff. We're reteaching them when they go out into the community that it wouldn't be the first instinct to say, you're wrong, here you go.
Agreed.
And that's what the town had done.
Yes.
You know, this isn't a military state.
Right.
So I would rather get you into compliance by educating you on the steps to get you into compliance than going through the whole rigmarole of having to go through a magistrate and everything else. It's a lot easier on me. The same thing as when a police officer pulls you down, you know that you might have been 10 miles over the speed limit, but you kind of flash your eyelashes at them and say, oh my gosh, I was late. And more than likely, they'll say, you know what, keep your speed down. Please follow the law.
Yeah.
It's kind of along those same lines. So moving code enforcement into the future in this town, I want them to be a tool that the community can use as well. They have a wealth of knowledge that they've gained over the years, not just on construction, but on property maintenance. And that ties me into the next phrase. We know we have a lot of derelict properties. In fact, Andy and I did a survey. Oh gosh, I think it was like late August, early September. We went a couple of weekends in a row, all weekend long, just up and down every street, taking pictures, documenting, going back, looking on the computer if the people had permits to demo the properties, if they were any type of town program at that time. And then we compiled our list. We sent the people a letter back in October saying this was the town's movement going further. Hey, your property is in bad shape. You need to take these steps to address it. Otherwise, and we kind of left that open-ended. As it progressed, we didn't realize a lot of the people that we had taken pictures of were also involved with the FEMA mitigation program. FEMA, just like HIPAA, doesn't share those people with you until the very end. I still don't have the full list. I was promised 3 months ago from the national government, and that hasn't happened. Excuse me, from FEMA. But anyway, when we looked at a lot of these people that had called up and said, I'm in the mitigation program, that cut our list down to about 50 odd properties. In that is a mix of residential or commercial as well. Not so much the downtown, although there is one blaring one downtown with one of our fences completely around it. That will be on that list. But we tried to look at a different way. Should we go through code enforcement to handle it, or should we go through our building official? Our building official in town has the authority to red tag a property. So that makes it unsafe for habitation. It makes it unsafe to live or to continue. When he goes out and does that, he is taking fresh photos. He does have the ability to go onto the property as a public safety measure. So that was the path of least resistance. We've kind of going back and forth to council. My marching orders from the mayor, Dan Allers, was to, I want this done now. When's it going to happen? And I told him one date. Well, then we kind of went back and looked at it and said, you know, this might be the path of least resistance. So now we've kind of switched gears and we're going with the building official route. But a short and quick answer is he is going to be the judge and jury on that property. He comes back, he does his research, makes sure that it's not involved in any mitigating program. They haven't applied for any type of demo permit on their own. And we have a contractor that we will hire as far as the town goes. The structure will be taken down and a lien will be put against the property. As far as the grass, I now have people that can go out there and say, hey, cut your grass. This is the reason why. You know, it brings in rodents, it brings in a lot of unwanted
rat
things into
population has
exactly. We
gotten
need bigger
crazy.
cats, I
I
think.
mean, they travel across the street in groups of 5 and you're going, come
Yeah,
on.
but so code will be actively involved with that. We also take in code and put it under our rangers, we call them our community service. We had community service and community compliance. They were the old base. They were basically just a quasi police department with just ticketing in mind. We've taken that off of
Well,
the
that's not a
radar.
fair statement. I mean, did you know them, Frank? I mean, I know there are some very fine people in that group.
Yes, no, you're correct. And you know what? Those fine people are still here.
Good.
They call themselves rangers now.
Okay.
So instead of having but with my police background, having that type of mentality where ticketing was the number one issue, we don't have complaints about ticketing anymore on this island either. And we have record revenue as far as parking, people paying for parking. So when you have that, the light bulb has to go on that, no, maybe you made the right move. But we don't call them base anymore. We call them rangers because they are on the beach to the bay. We've broken it up into 4 districts. These people aren't just sitting there on the beach waiting for something to happen, like a glorified bay watch. They're not just cruising the beach accesses looking for unpaid parking. They're actually educating people. They're helping people. They're pulling the little signs that says, I'll come to your house and give you a perm for $2.99 or whatever it is. They're making the job of code compliance more legitimate. They're taking away all the fluff and letting them concentrate on structure to ground and the things that are necessary to move on.
All right.
So the two of them,
You are so wordy. Any other questions for Frank? No?
Thank you. That's all.
We're glad you're here.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Now I know what they say about you.
Mhm.
Don't start a conversation with Frank. Oh, yeah.
It heard me in front of the Supreme Court.
I bet. Thank you very much, Frank. Okay, next item on the agenda is LPA items and reports. Patrick, anything?
None.
Don?
None.
Doug?
No, ma'am. None,
Jane?
ma'am.
I was so happy to have a fun day on Saturday with all of the sunshine and fun people in the parade. I thought it was a great back to Fort Myers Beach. Thanks all who participated and were there to celebrate.
Jim?
Well, I'd like to thank you, Chairman, for going to the town council and taking our concerns and bringing Frank. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, John, anything from you?
Nothing at this time.
It's nice to have you here. You know, I decided, and I said something to Ken beforehand because I don't want certain properties to feel like they're discarded. But since you're here, Matt, kudos to you for keeping the Red Coconut property in such a nice condition that people really look at it and wish it would stay that way forever, but we know it won't. Yeah. And kudos to London Bay for what they have done to clean up and secure their properties. To Graham with the goods, there's a small business owner that tore down a building that has been here for forever, cleaned it up, blocked it off. I mean, there are a lot of people that, what was the property next to Diamond Head? Was that a Estero?
Yeah, Island.
Even that was a monumental project for them to do. But there are people, I guess this is it, Frank. There are so many people that are making these monumental efforts that the ones that don't are glaring. And it's like, no, you just stay where you are, but you see what we're saying. So I wanted to give a kudos to those properties that really were going the extra mile. So, okay. Yeah, truly, right? The next item is community development. No, it's not. It's LPA attorney items and reports. And this is a discussion of the development agreement with deviations.
Yes, but before I jump into that, because that's going to be a very good conversation, just so you know, at the last M&P, we did have a discussion about an ordinance revision to the temporary use, which you've already heard a little bit about that. But the other one is an expedited review of variances. So I just want to go ahead and give you a little information about that.
Is this what Jim was talking about?
Yes, yes.
I did not
For
understand
instance,
that at all.
today, I think you had 2 variances, and there was no opposition to any of it. Nobody in the audience, nobody on the board of the agency, LPA. But yet those property owners, they still have to go back to the town council and go through another quasi judicial hearing. So the way that this ordinance has been prepared, and we're going to fine tune it a little bit based on some comments from the town council. In that situation, there's going to be, I believe it's a 10-day period. And if nobody objects to it, your action is final agency action, and that's it. And they would not have to go to the town council for an additional quasi judicial hearing on only variances that appear to be non-controversial. Now, the other scenario would be that you render your decision and it's unanimous, but something comes up during your public hearing that causes concern. Someone can raise a concern, and then at that situation, it would have to go back to the town council. And then once the town council took action, that would be final agency action. The words final agency action is a ticket. It's a ticket to go to court and to challenge the local government decision. So that's like really important in my world to know, where does it stop? Where does it end? Final agency action. So that would be a change. It'll be coming to you in an ordinance form. Once you review it, it'll go to town council and 2 public hearings there, and then it should become an ordinance. We're going to try to expedite that to you as soon as possible, and also expedite the temporary use. I am going to be meeting with staff later today to get a little bit more detail. The more I hear about it, the more tentacles it has. And we want to try to make sure that we address all the issues so we don't adopt an ordinance and then later have to come back and, continue to amend it.
Nancy, I know that the vice mayor thinks that 10 days is adequate, but in a community like Fort Myers Beach, there are many times where people are gone for a month. And of course, they're not going to be paying attention. Dawn travels, Doug travels. I mean, we all travel. I don't know that 10 days is a sufficient period of time for someone to log a complaint or a dissension in something. Does anybody else feel?
Maybe not, but doesn't it extend it then? Because a lot of the things that we see, don't they come to the next, like maybe a town council or 2, meaning they're at town council sometimes in a couple weeks. Yeah. So if we go too much longer, you're going to end up being the same place you would have been. So
that's true. Yeah.
And just to comment on that, before it comes to the LPA, there's a 2-week notice window
for the people.
And there's also a mailing that goes out to the immediate property owners close to wherever that petition is. So this is, again, assumption, recommendation of approval from staff, no objection, unanimous recommendation of approval from the LPA, then 10 days. But all that process before still exists. So I don't have a problem with it.
No.
And once, what's the term you use, Nancy?
Final agency action.
Final agency approval, the state and the courts allow a 30-day period for anybody to appeal. And then that's still the right that you retain, and it can go to the court system at that point.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody?
Does this final agency approval at our level apply if we do not approve? Like somebody asks for a variance, like for a setback or something, and we decide, no, we're not going to grant it. Is that still final agency approval, or is it just when
No,
we
I don't
approve
think
it?
so. I think it's just when it's unanimous,
Unanimous
and, I'll go ahead and say it. It's the right thing to do. Nobody's objecting to it.
And we all approve it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
It's
a
just-
unanimous rejection.
No, I think if you have a rejection, you're going to have the property owner objecting to it, at which point they would want another review by the town council.
Okay.
The other important component of that is that people have a clear understanding that there is that 10-day period to object. And so we would probably work that into our housekeeping announcements and things of that nature, just as a reminder, probably put it on our agenda sheet as well. So the public knows that there is a finite period if they want to go forward and raise a concern.
We've also heard that some people are not getting their notices because of being displaced after the form or not having multiple addresses, things like that. It might be a good opportunity to also remind people to be up to date.
Yeah. And ultimately, people have to understand whatever address is on the property appraiser's website. So if they give their northern address versus their Fort Myers Beach address, mail.
That's where it goes.
Yeah, that's where it goes. So.
And so Nancy, the temporary permit stuff you're going to bring back to us, or you're not
Yes.
going to bring back to us? You are.
Now, I think I'm going to have to bring it back to you because there were a lot of comments made that we need to figure out and address.
Okay.
One way or another.
Do you have any other items for us?
The development agreement with deviations.
Okay, before we go to that, could I ask you to comment on something?
Uh-huh.
You know, recently there was a big story about county commissioners meeting with developers.
Okay.
Did you see that?
No, I did not.
And it's not fair to ask you. So I'll send you the story and then you can comment at the next meeting. But basically it was a developer who met not simultaneously, but like bing, bing, bing with 4 commissioners. And David Dorsey, the reporter, did this whole story. You know, it's sort of like, when did you stop beating your wife? It's a terrible question to ask because he said this may be a violation of the Sunshine Law. That was a terrible thing to say about them because it also may not be. But all anybody will remember is, oh, 4 commissioners are violating the Sunshine Law. And I just wanted you to comment on that because, you know, it happens here. I mean, I told Matt that I'd like to meet with him. So what do you...
The guidelines, the parameters of, as individual members, what you should know, because there's a distinction. If I have a project, I'm going to go see each one of you, but I'm not going to tell you what the others think. And I think that at that point, then I'm kind of a conduit,
yes,
letting you all know, well, everybody else agreed with it, John. So what's your, you know, why do you have this concern? So it's the, those conversations, and bear in mind too, that whatever conversations occur are disclosed through ex parte disclosures that we have. For the benefit of the neighbors, because the property owner is having that communication, but the adjacent neighbor or affected parties, as we call them, interveners, whatever, you know, they have a right to know that those contacts occurred as well.
David's a good reporter. I was just surprised on that story because it just seemed like he threw a whole bunch of stuff in the middle of the room and then said, maybe, and walked away. It made me very
Well, facts
uncomfortable.
matter. That's the
Yes,
thing.
I'll send you the article and then you can tell
I
us if you need
can kind of
something
give a
else.
little update on
Let's-
Sunshine as well.
Anita,
Did you hear that?
No,
That's-
I haven't seen the story, but just a distinction with Fort Myers Beach versus Lee County. If there's a case, there's been a petition submitted, you cannot meet with the commissioners. to
Yes,
talk
I know
about
that. That's why I
case,
thought it was so
whereas-
strange.
Whereas,
Yeah.
you know, Fort Myers Beach, you're allowed to have those discussions as long as they're disclosed.
Okay. Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay.
Development agreement with deviations.
Yes. And so what you have before you is, first of all, a draft resolution. It's a resolution of the town council, the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, making findings, approving an administrative code, setting forth procedures for the application and approval of development agreements with deviations, and providing an effective date. So attached to that is an exhibit, it should be marked Exhibit A, which are the actual procedures themselves. And it starts off with the application on page 1, and there's a a very long list of items that must be in the application, carrying over to page number 3. And there was some discussion kind of during the break I think I had with Frankie and with staff. So oftentimes when applications are received, there's what's done is a sufficiency review. And that's just to make sure that all the boxes are checked so that we have adequate information in order to take it to the next step, which is basically the analysis. On page 3, there's also a list of things that need to be there in order for the content to be to allow for that review to take place. And the content information stretches over to page 5. But the good stuff really starts at the very last line on page 5, development agreement with deviations review procedures. And as you go on to page 6, this is where the heart of the analysis and the review process occurs. So on page 6, 3.1, the very first step is to have negotiation and discussion with staff. However, at that point, nothing is really binding. It's really more of an opportunity to get a overall view of what is being asked for and how it's all going to come together. Then the proposal is reduced to writing. There are public hearings which occur in 3.3, and that is the first public hearing before you. And your job then would be to issue a recommendation for approval or denial to the town council. And then thereafter, there is a public hearing that's held by the town council regarding the agreement. 3.3.3, there is a notice requirement to take place. Following that part of the procedure, the development agreements in paragraph 4 on page 7, they are recorded in the public record. So any successor in interest and the public are aware of what they are. And then the last paragraph of it talks about amendments, because quite often amendments are required. The development agreement itself does not take the place of the other approvals. It's just kind of a plan that's negotiated as far as how are we going to accomplish that. So just the approval of the development agreement itself does not authorize a rezoning, but the development agreement could allow for different types of approvals that would not otherwise be dictated by Florida statute. So that's just kind of an overview. I would defer to staff if you want to add.
Sarah's like, nope, I'm out on this one. Jason, you have anything to add to this? Okay.
This is the process. This is not.
This is just the process. This isn't the actual development agreement.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Mr. Price, would you be willing to answer a question? You don't have to. Would you all entertain me asking a question?
You have to have him on the record.
I know he's coming up. Yeah, for sure. That's what, but I don't want to.
Matt Price, Seagate Development Group.
John, this is the gentleman that bought the red coconut.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Nice to see you.
See you too.
So
Yes.
at the Florida Gulf Coast University thing, you
Oh, that one. Yeah.
You-
I remember that. Mhm.
you made a couple of comments.
I
One,
did.
one I'll ask you about,
Okay.
out of a meeting.
The
But
Miami one was a joke.
you made a comment because he was up speaking with Ben Freeland and with Mark from London Bay.
Yep.
And you made a comment about the development agreement, and you said, I don't want to go through what you guys are going through, meaning Ben and Mark. And so, can you tell me what your perspective is on this? Because
Sure.
I wanted to say, what do you mean?
Sure. No, I think that's a fair question. So how I look at the development agreement that we've been trying to work on with staff, hopefully, and council is this development agreement is a process that allows a developer coming in with asking for reasonable deviations in exchange for public good. Now that process typically happens in the PD process, and we all know. The issue with the PD process from developers like ourselves is everyone starts at the same line there. So, and there's a lot of people that don't necessarily need everything you need to go through a PD process, and it's long and it's expensive. So as a developer who may be closer to the finish line because I don't need more than maybe others have, I have to go through the same process as somebody who's asking for quadruple the zoning. And that, so if I'm going to go through that process, instead of negotiating in good faith to get my project done quicker, I need to ask for more because it's going to be longer and it's going to be more expensive. So to me, the development agreement process kind of allows people that maybe aren't asking for double the zoning or maybe aren't asking and just asking for certain deviations. And by the way, everyone's focusing on red coconut, and I understand that, but this process could be used for others as well.
Oh, sure.
And-
I'm just that.
and
That's
so
just
I just
'cause
want to
you're
make
here.
sure.
Yes.
But my point is that the PD process is a really big catch-all that is asking for to go through significant zoning changes. There are properties that need to go through that, and not everyone should be able to use a development agreement. But there are properties I believe could use that development agreement to get to where I think would be a same place that you would go through a PD process to get there sooner and to get stuff on the island happening faster. And I think there's other developments that other people are looking at that believe the same thing. And so that's where I'm coming from with this. Now, people may disagree with that. People may not like that. There may be issues with that, and we should talk through them. But if it's not a viable process, then we are going to have to go through the PD process. And I can tell you, I'm going to have to ask for more than I would have given up.
That's
to
what
get
you
through
said.
The process
Why?
quicker. Because it costs a lot of money to go through and time to go through a PD process. So no one ever likes to talk about the business aspects of business in zoning, but time and cost adds to basis, which means I need to make more money. I mean, it's a standard, that's how it works. So if you can get through that process quicker as a homeowner, as a business, you know, all that time and
It's money.
money,
I get what you're saying.
it just keeps adding to the bottom line. And cost is tough to deal with in the world today. Everything's more, I mean, I build my own stuff and I think it's too expensive. So figure that out. But so that's where I'm coming from with this. I think this process would have been the perfect process if Ian didn't come through? I don't think so. I think Ian probably changed a lot on the beach. And I think the comp plan and some of the other things that may need to be updated eventually soon to bring it up. But no one really knows what that's going to be going forward because everyone's still trying to dig out of the mess. So this is an opportunity for the town to say, okay, we're in a special situation and it's only going to work for certain properties that don't need to go through as an example. If this got approved, and I asked Mark this, and I think he set it up there, this wouldn't work for his property.
Yeah, that's
He's
what he
adding
said.
more zoning. He's adding more units. So even the developers are in agreement that this doesn't work everywhere. It's just, it's a process that we can use to get things going. And I want Mark to be successful. He wants me to be successful. I want the businesses to be successful because we're all going to be successful if we can get this process going. So now there's rules. Staff needs to go through it. The attorneys need to be behind it. We want to make sure that we don't get the approval and then get challenged on it. So there's all sorts of things that we need to make sure of to go through the process. But I think there's a there, and I think we should really look hard at it.
Have you used development agreements in other projects anywhere?
Me specifically, no, I have not. I know a lot of people who have in other municipalities. City of Naples got rid of them, but they did it for a reason to get a project over the goal line, and they're probably the hardest place in the world to get a development. But it's a process that exists, but I don't think it's a process that exists if a special circumstance doesn't necessitate it.
Precipitate it.
And I think the hurricane, we all know what that did. And I think that we all know that something needs to happen on the island. What that is, we can all talk about that and argue the pros and cons of whatever comes out of it. but we need to get to that point.
Mhm.
And it's taken a long time to get there, which everyone understands. But eventually we have to have those conversations instead of trying to figure out what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do, and spending all this money to design a plan that we have no idea if it's ever going to fly.
Mhm.
This is an easier way to get there.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Price?
Not for Mr.
No. Thank you so much, Matt.
All
I
right, guys.
appreciate that
Thanks.
very much. Okay, Patrick.
I do have questions for Nancy. Help me understand this from the standpoint of we had a proposal for 3 development agreement options that we've discussed. There's also state statutes that allow for development agreements. So this language, does this language provide a process?
Yes, this
that
is
someone that wants to
limited to a
utilize state
process.
statutes? Or is this a little more elaborate where,
This is more flexible, I believe, than state statute. This is a development agreement that is based on the town's home rule authority that gives you a little bit more liberal opportunity to be creative and to find a way to approve or perhaps not disapprove a project that doesn't quite fit into the existing land use reviews. The one I like to use, I'm going to go ahead and elaborate, is a variance. What happens if you have a project with multiple variances? Does that mean we're going to have separate quasi-judicial hearings on each variance? And those variances are interconnected. So if you don't get one, then the rest of them are all moot. So this is a way to try to bring all that together in one review.
okay, so that's consistent with the site plan with deviations? where you-
Yes, yes.
You did mention though that it doesn't negate, if you get your development agreement approved, the need to go through the proper process. So it would, in this case, if you did a site plan with deviations, you don't have to go through a variance.
Correct, because variances are somewhat dictated by at the local level.
So would that mean if someone got a development agreement, they wouldn't have to go through a PD if that's what they put in their language? If they,
Generally, the development agreements go consistent with a rezoning request because state law has some provisions regarding rezonings.
so
So the two
So I
would travel
read,
together.
I read this and I fully understand this addresses this site plan with deviations. It
Mm-hmm.
makes it where property with multiple variances, instead of having to be redundant and
Mhm.
address all the criteria for all, they can use this process. It's quicker, it's easier.
Mhm.
Understand that. Then we talked about properly providing some kind of relief for small hotels. And that through that process, they could have gotten more, we use the term density,
Mhm.
and they could have also asked for potentially more height through that process. Does that, and then the other option was for a large project, someone could potentially get a provisional, conditional, conceptual approval, and then they would still have to go through the PD process and demonstrate compliance with
The
what that
state sta-
concept
right,
was.
Right.
Does that address those two other scenarios?
I think it does. So it's basically anything that the town has the ability and the flexibility under Florida law to exercise its home rule authority. If there is going to be a requirement from state law, like in a rezoning, you would have to go through that process. But my experience has been whenever there has been a development agreement, that it travels concurrently with the rezoning.
But a small hotel for them, in order for them to ask for more rooms, they have to go through a PD. So what you're saying
Because of
is they could
plan
exercise,
development based on what their existing zoning is. So now they're going with a plan development so they can change the density or the height, right? So I think it's still a rezoning.
so they still have to go through rezoning. And that's my
I
point.
don't believe that, and I could be wrong, but I will double check. but I still think that, yes, you do have to do the rezoning, but the development agreement guides that rezoning.
So if we're using again, the example of a mom and pop,
Mhm.
where for them to get additional rooms, to go from 5 rooms to maybe 9 rooms, the PD process is cost prohibitive.
Mhm.
And they're either going to decide to sell or, I don't know, do something else with that property. And we're trying to find a process that maybe expedites it or saves them money. Right now, if I have to do a PD amendment,
Mhm.
a CPD to get that approved, I'm not doing a developer agreement on top of that. That's more process and more money. I can't even afford the PD in the first place. So while I don't have a problem with this, I think this works great for a site plan with deviations. I don't see how this provides and addresses the small mom and pop. I don't think we provided that relief. So, and again, the idea of a larger development, if it's got to be a companion PD with the developer agreement, it doesn't shorten the timeline where they get some level of certainty, and it doesn't reduce that risk. So they still have to put all that money forward to get to the same point. So
your bottom line question is, can you have a development agreement and then basically not have to go through a rezoning?
yeah, so in the case of a mom and pop,
Mhm.
again, they would say, we've got 5 rooms, we're asking for 9. Currently, the only way we can ask for that additional density is through a CPD. We don't want to do a CPD, but we'll give you a rendering, tell you exactly what we're committing to. We're going to tell you what our maximum height's going to be, our setbacks, how many parking spaces we're going to provide, and we're going to give you a quick little rendering of how our architecture is going to look like. And if and then the other conditions is, yeah, you still have to meet all code requirements, but I
So-
can get it to quick approval, and then I can go straight to development order.
Yeah, I think that the answer to your question is really in the very first paragraph. Development agreement is a non-statutory development agreement. I think I've mentioned that it does provide more flexibility. Approval of amendments, modifications, variances, or exceptions from the town's land development code, and if appropriate, relief from building height limitations in the comprehensive plan, and then approval and the deviations provided for shall be considered tantamount to and commiserate to a planned development for purposes of determining consistency with the comp plan. So it's not an actual rezoning of the property.
It doesn't address Patrick's question about a number of units of increased density.
It does further in. If you read further down, it talks about what it, where is it? I have it highlighted. It talks about height, density. It talks about.
What page is that on, John?
So it's giving the flexibility, but I don't believe it's actually changing the zoning on the property.
That's what I read. If you look down on page 6, 3.2, when it gets the reduction proposal, it talks about administrative amendments to the plan provided that height, density, intensity are not increased. So is it excluding?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my
I think
point.
that's exactly what
That's
we
my
were.
point is it doesn't.
Excluding all the things that we would
Right.
need in order to actually help
Which was kind of
these
the
people
intent.
develop.
Yeah.
And it doesn't include variances like setbacks.
I think it does include variances.
Uh,
It may allow for approval of amendments or variances at the very top. Because that would be your site plan with deviations. I mean, that's kind of the easy one where they're mostly used. But oftentimes, if there is a request for a PD, it would move forward as a rezoning, but the rezoning would be contingent on the approval of a development agreement. So the two kind of go together. So all the terms and conditions of the rezoning in a PD is still subject to what's in the development agreement. Development agreements will generally also have the time for completion.
Yeah. So at least for me, I read this yesterday and I'm thinking it addresses one of three options that have been put forward. It addresses this site plan with deviations. I don't think it addresses the two other options that we had talked about.
I think that's a correct statement. But it's more than what you have now.
And that's
correct?
and that's fine with me if that's what we're talking about today. And we're not. I just want to make it clear that at least in my book, we're not negating the fact that we've got two other options to address. I still think that's got to come before us and it's got to be addressed. And council can say, no, we don't want to move forward with the two other options. That's their decision. But at least for now, I personally expect that we'll be discussing the two other options in the near future. And again, it's got to be in the near future because we have talked about the need for expediency and moving things along after this hurricane. That's the whole point. So I'm perfectly fine just focusing on this today, but I sure hope, and I hope Andy and Frankie are listening, but my understanding is
They're going to get tired of hearing that.
is we've got two other options to discuss.
Nancy, do you know, is there a reason why those options weren't? Because
Well, it's
we're not included?
statutory. Because by statute, we have to follow, if we're going to rezone property, we need to follow that.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure it can't be achieved without a rezoning of the property. So if you're in a commercial zoning district that allows your use as a small hotel, and you're asking for more density, there's a density table that exists in the code. And right now, the only process that allows us to go to that table and utilize the exceptional circumstances clause is through the PD process. So zoning is still in place, table is still in place. All we're changing is the process of how you can request it. Right now, the only process we have is a CPD. And what we would be saying is we have another tool, that's the development agreement, where if you go through that process, you can request it too. And hopefully the idea is the development agreement will be a quicker, cheaper process than.
Right, but the zoning doesn't change.
Zoning doesn't change.
Right. Okay, so we're on the same page
And I
then.
think if someone definitely needs they're in a residential district and they want to bring forward a commercial use, yes, they have to go through a rezone.
No. No.
That's any
No.
rezoning, right? So,
Nope.
as an example, the property we heard about earlier, was commercial, I think, right? It was, and if someone wanted to switch that to residential, they would still not be able to follow this process, right? Because it is a zoning change, even though it's a
They
lower.
would do the zoning change, but they still is the option of having a development agreement that guides that zoning change. The two kind of work together.
Yeah, and I guess.
No, but I think what Patrick's saying is for example, on his number one, which was small hotel development, there may be variances, but there's not a rezoning.
Yes.
And so can that be incorporated into the development agreement since it doesn't require a rezoning?
Yes.
In which case, then we're only dealing with one component of the three concepts that we proposed to council. So then the question is council, is the direction from council, we're just dealing with this? Or are we going to incorporate either in this ordinance or in subsequent ones, the other two concepts?
Patrick, the biggest thing that I've never been able to get past is, I'm sorry, I have a dog sitter at my house and they're a little worried that she hasn't, done her business. So the thing that I have had difficulty with categorizing the mom and pop business, what do we have the ability legally to say, if you're this type of business, you can do this, but if you're a bigger, so if you're, since we've always used Sea Gypsy, if you're Sea Gypsy, you can do this, but if you're London Bay, you can't.
Personally, I think you can yes, you can definitely qualify and quantify that based on scale. Again, we
can we legally do that?
The zoning is a discriminatory process by nature.
Sure.
So this idea of we discriminate one land use or one property versus another, we're not talking about interpersonal relationships with people and how you treat people. We are talking about land use. And by the very nature of zoning, you discriminate versus, one use versus another, one property location versus another. So inherently, yes, you make those distinctions. We have to justify why we make those distinctions and what the rationale is behind it. But I think if we took a mom and pop and we have a discourse as a community of what is that threshold? Is the threshold of we're not going to exceed, it's someone that has an existing hotel or pre-storm hotel that used to be less than 20 rooms, or is it 30 rooms? And we will allow no more than this amount because we believe that as soon as you exceed that amount, there are other impacts associated with it. And the proper process to address those impacts is a PD process. We have to make an assumption that if we're going to create that process, which is expedited and provides relief, we have to make the assumption of the total rooms people can get is what we would consider de minimis as a town, or that there are not going to be numerous repercussions with that approval. That threshold or that amount may be different to everybody, but that's why we have to discuss it. And hopefully we can find a consensus as to what we can all live with.
So we could pass on if we all agree to what's in front of us today.
From a process perspective.
From a process perspective, pass this back to the council and say, okay, have at it. And at the same time, request that they address that they discuss the concerns that have been raised by Patrick and bring that back to us.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
But sorry to interrupt.
No, you're not.
But at 3.2.1, it seems like it excludes any agreement for increased height, density, intensity.
Yeah.
And that takes all teeth out of it in my mind. Like it reduces the value of this process significantly.
Well, that's what they would have to address is.
Well, I think I get what John is saying is this, in my mind, this should allow that one scenario, which is a site plan with deviations. It shouldn't necessarily exclude it because once it's put in place, it takes another positive action on part of council to change it. Whereas I think, I agree, the language should be stricken, not be in there, or should be reworded somehow to allow that opportunity.
3.2.1. It's the last sentence.
3, 2,
1.
Sorry.
Okay.
Got it. Yeah. Got it. Sorry. Yeah.
It's almost hard to see how this would be useful, having height, density, and intensity completely limited
Right.
in this
And
agreement.
it's also doesn't include setbacks, which I
Because
think are
it
one of
may-
the larger issues too.
The answer may be because it may conflict with what the existing zoning is. So you couldn't buy a development agreement raise the height and the density so much that it's outside of that parameter of the, of the zoning category.
Right.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's what the intent is of that sentence.
That kind of.
But I think we,
perimeter
I think we, at least when I look at it, I think I hear what you're saying, but I think the intent is definitely to, if there's a height limitation or density limitation associated with a zoning district, yes, we want to be able to address it through this process. What we don't want to do is we don't want to allow additional uses where they were not allowed. So there's a use component. You cannot bypass the use aspect, but you can certainly address development standards, height, setbacks, land, you know,
Density.
lot coverage, that type of stuff.
Intensity.
Yeah, density.
I will have to look into that further.
I'm looking at these people out here and they're just, oh, they just want to come up here and say something.
There's talking to Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah. Oh, that was smart.
So, Sarah Probst with Community Development. So if we read the whole sentence, so the development agreement may include a provision that authorizes administrative amendments to the site plan, provided that it doesn't increase height, density, and intensity. So that's saying you could make an administrative amendment to what was done. So this isn't talking, I think that this is not talking about the actual development agreement with the original development agreement. It's saying you can have an administrative amendment afterwards as long as it doesn't make a change that increases the height, intensity, or density,
So
which is pretty common in like a master concept.
Yeah,
plan.
referring back to section 5.1, where it talks
I-
about amendments to the development agreement.
I understand in context now, and that makes
Yeah.
sense. So you actually can approve originally increases in height, density, or intensity, should probably add setbacks, but that cannot be amended after it has been approved administratively. You would have
That's
to-
what this says?
That's what it says.
Well,
It's,
for-
it's
that's
a,
been-
once
we
the
missed the
agreement has
words
been struck,
administrative
then you're
amendments.
changing it.
That's not how it reads.
John, that was good for you to be able to see that.
Okay, so we can, again, we can get
Can we
clarification of
reword
that.
this so that, you know, somebody like me knows what they're reading when they, because that is not what that said to me.
I agree.
Did it say that to you?
I agree. It needs to be clarified. Yeah.
Did it say that to you, Jim?
When we reread it, yes. When I initially read it, no.
All right.
So maybe with a cross-reference back to 5.1.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so does anybody else have anything brilliant to add to this? Or are we
Yeah.
are we okay moving this on to the town council?
Well, I have individual wording.
Lay it on us, Jim.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, in the procedures, these are just comments. If
Mhm.
any of the LPA members want to add to it or make a comment as well. 1.6,
Okay.
I think that the survey language should be added saying existing conditions. 1.8 appears vague. I mean, in Patrick's scenario, he had a fixed date. Expected completion seems like we could come up with something that would establish a timeline or a not to exceed or something.
Yeah, and I think what we see a lot of times is jurisdiction saying, you know, we grant you this approval. We want you to start your permitting process within X amount of time.
Mhm.
And that project might be phased. It could be a 10-year build out for all we know, but they have to be in process. We don't want this to be a speculative thing where people obtain more
It's
entitlements.
incentive then
yeah.
to move the
Yeah.
thing along, so. I think we need to add a 1.18 or 1.18, a list of public benefits. If we're going through this process, and we're trying to expedite things. I think it's important that we get a list of what the town is getting in return.
With the caveat that I think people need to understand that if you're mom and pop on a dime stamp kind of lot, your public benefit is you're bringing back
And
an eclectic mom and pop hotel. That's
yeah,
your
it
public
doesn't
benefit.
have to be monetary.
Please state if
right.
any.
Yeah.
Doesn't fit. It might not be.
2.2 is the same. Anticipated time frame again is vague. If we could come up with some way of coming in with a specific time frame, not to exceed, or
Well, I think on the timeline, it's because this is to apply to all different types of developments.
Sure.
And so a smaller development may have a shorter timeline, a
well,
larger.
then the language
Oh,
I think could be crafted to deal with multiple types without just anticipated. Who anticipates the time frame? And you know, it needs to have maybe flexibility, but get rid of some of the vagueness.
Maybe something like the duration shall be consistent with the duration
With
of
the type of
development or the type of development, or
Complexity.
align
It's a
with it, or
complex
some word like
development.
that.
And I think we can require a certain amount of time for beginning the permitting process. That's something concrete that we can ask for. And then the actual construction or the phasing, whatever, that's kind of common where someone just gives their estimated time frame, so everybody's aware, but they have to then meet code requirements as to keeping a permit valid and going through the proper steps.
But wouldn't that specificity be in the development agreement itself? This is just saying, give us an estimated completion of the project.
Well, but then just what you said, I think could be reduced, that the application will contain, you know, a specified time frame.
Yes, okay, all right, we can put that in 1.8 as well as in the 2.2.
And then my last comment on 3.22, how do, or who does make it unable to negotiate a satisfactory development agreement? To me, you could have situations where an applicant just didn't want to deal with the town manager, and he just waits 30 days and said, well, we were unable to negotiate a mutual agreement. So he could bypass the staff or the manager's
I didn't read that way either.
negotiation.
Of course they could.
So
So I think the intent is if you meet all the requirements identified herein, then you don't have to necessarily come to an agreement with the town manager of town manager says, I like what you're proposing or not. It's we agree that you've met the requirements and proposed your project. I think ultimately ultimately council is the one making that decision.
Yeah, well, doesn't it go on in 3.2.2, it goes on to say the applicant may prepare a proposed development agreement consistent with all requirements for review by the town.
Yeah.
So they don't really hit a dead end.
Yeah, I think that covers.
Okay. Those were my comments on
They were
on
excellent, Jen.
language.
They were very good, very good. John, did you have anything to add?
Clarification to add, I think you got it, setbacks in along with height, density, intensity in 3.2.1. 3.3.3.2 consistency. We're talking about land use, building intensities, estimated population and building heights. It should probably be consistent with the other things that we're talking about, height, density, intensity, et cetera.
Okay.
I had one question, and this is just my ignorance, but if it looks like one of the requirements is a statement and finding demonstrating, 1.7, a statement and finding demonstrating that the proposed development agreement will be consistent with the comprehensive plan of the town. Who issues such a statement?
The voting body, we issue that statement every time we have a CPD. You have to find that the findings and conclusions, then that everything about it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So you can't take an action like this that would not be in concert.
So
with
it's
the
a
plan.
guideline, it's a guardrail for us
Sure.
versus a guardrail
But-
for the applicant.
So you're developing a legal contract essentially
Yeah.
as part of the development agreement. And in your whereas clause or whatever, somewhere in there, you have to demonstrate that you're consistent with the comp plan. So there's got to be, if it's drafted by an applicant and they work with our town attorney, got to be some language in there addressing that we meet that requirement. And, in some cases, I think it might be pretty brief. In a pretty significant project, they may want to pull out a support explaining how they're consistent with the comp plan.
Okay, but what I want to add is that, again, these are just the procedures and not the development agreement itself.
Yeah.
And so under the first part, paragraph 1, that section is basically telling me that when I apply, I, as the owner developer, have to make a statement saying that this is consistent with your comp plan. And if it's not, I shouldn't be applying in the first place, right? Because you're going to have a comp plan amendment. So I think it's one of
But
those.
we
check-
get applications that they say they're consistent and we don't feel they are.
Exactly. So it
yes.
gets put into the application itself and then it gets reviewed.
Agreed.
That explains it. Thank you.
Okay. Jane, do you have anything to add?
I don't.
How about you, Doug?
No, ma'am.
Don?
Nope.
Patrick, anything else?
Can I make one?
Of course you can.
Okay. On 1.15, we use the word sketch. Now, to me, the word site plan has a legal meaning.
Mhm.
Sketch, I don't know that that word is consistent.
our
Maybe
rules.
we ought to just scratch the word sketch.
A site plan.
Where's
It-
that?
Yeah.
1.15.
It,
Yeah.
And now, if the word sketch can has a definitive legal meaning, then fine.
No. It's a point well taken. I'm almost thinking the word of might have been or. And I say that because some smaller projects maybe don't really require a site plan. But, I will check into that. That's a very good comment.
Description, like the surveyor term. When they say sketches, sort of like a surveyor's drawing.
Mhm.
Yeah, just to consider. mean,
I don't think a
that's what-
site plan is that expensive to come up with. So I think a sketch is too sketchy.
So then it should just be a site
Too
plan.
sketchy.
We see what you did there,
Sketch.
Jane.
Mhm.
Well
Okay,
played.
Nancy, do you want did you just want discussion from us on this? Or would you like a motion to forward this on?
I would
to-
like a motion to forward it on.
with the
an-
comments that you have
With the
notated?
comments that I have made and with the understanding that the answers that I did not give, I will have available.
And that the issues that Patrick has has brought forward will be addressed by the council.
Mhm.
Okay, somebody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Seconded.
I don't know why I just don't make the motion. Is there any discussion on this further? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. And thank you, Mr. Price and your partner there.
Mr.
I
Bile.
appreciate it. Thank you. What was his name?
Mr. Bile.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet
That's
you.
all the work.
Doesn't take long to figure out there's somebody else involved with you, Matt. Okay, next, the next item is community development items and reports. Sarah, Jason, anything from you guys? No? Okay. Are you looking forward to Thursday?
What's happening Thursday?
Thursday is our second meeting of the month for the comp plan.
11:30.
11:30.
You don't have to
Oh,
get up
gosh, am I
early.
so glad you said that. 11:30, because I'll be here at 9. Yeah. All right. Items for next month's agenda. Do we have any news? Is Meyerside coming next month? What's coming next month? Do we know? If you don't, that's okay. You could tell us on Thursday. Right on. Okay.
Can we quickly address Thursday? So do we, I believe I went to our town website. There are some documents there. I think one of the things that I had requested at the last meeting is to have kind of a summary of where we've been, where we're going, what we're changing. Just want to make sure that someone's going to be ready to present that, because at least in the documents that are online, those are just documents we're gonna be
Sarah's
looking at.
acknowledging that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You know, Sarah, since you just brought this up, could I just ask you guys something else? When we have major projects coming forward, I think it would be extraordinarily useful to have as part of your packet to say, you know, here is the red coconut. They are currently zoned for ABC. They could have, so paint the picture of what they could have to what they're asking for. I think, go ahead. Do you want to say something to that? I know that might be taxing, but I think it would be very helpful for the public and for everybody else.
And I know that you have mentioned that before.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of hard for staff to know when we need to do that, what we need to do that for, and
Maybe just CPDs.
Okay.
Yeah. I think also, Anita, what you're going to see is on the larger projects, they're going to have a team that's going to walk you through all that. I think where we're seeing that shortage of information is kind of the average resident that doesn't necessarily understand the whole zoning process. And we see applications that are a lot more detailed, and we see other ones that don't have a whole lot of information. And I think that's just a level of sophistication people that have worked in this.
Yeah, but I also hate to see people saying, "Oh, I love the way that looks." When, okay, yeah, I love the way it looks too, but it's those filling in the blanks that I think are important to me. So
we'll try to do better at that.
No, not do better. You're doing great. It's just something else there. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, is there anything else from anyone? If not, may I have a motion to adjourn, please? It is 1:03. Thank you all. 1:03, we're adjourned. Nice